Good evening. We're going to go ahead and call the City Council meeting to order at 6 p.m. And at this time, I'll have Mayor Pro Tem Pierce lead us in the flag salute, if you can all rise.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If the clerk would have roll call.
Yes. Councilmember Ashbeck? I'm here. Councilmember Baskel?
Here.
Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Councilmember Pierce? Here. And Mayor Moanatua?
Here. Okay, next item is public comments. If you're here to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda, we would like to open public comments now. You will have 3 minutes, and so the clock is up there. Please come up to the podium. We can start lining up. That would also be helpful. If you can state your name and give your address if you're willing to for the record.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Wensko. I am a communication studies professor at Clovis Community College and just recently tenured, so I'm very excited to be around for a while. My comment is very off topic tonight. I'm here first to thank this board and everybody on it. Last year, I started a speech and debate team. It's a speech and debate club at Clovis Community College. In that year, you as city board members were our largest donors and supporters, so I thank you very much. What that got us? Well, in our first year as a team, you all supported us to go to Phi Rho Pi, which is the 2-year community college national tournament. In our first showing, we took first overall in small school. That's very unheard of, so thank you. I come here tonight also with good news. That support and show also has allowed us to become institutionalized. I worked hard to create curriculum and also receive co-curricular funding from the college so we can last, hopefully, for a long time. That said, I'm here tonight, again, to talk about us as students running the team. Most of you have never met me. Most of my students come and do public comment. It's part of what they do, but I figured I have to come out of the woodwork now and again to say hello. And we are doing a speech gala on Thursday. I apologize for the short notice, but my students are working hard on their events, and they also promote and create everything for their own fundraisers. We are trying to get to the state tournament because the national tournaments in Northern Virginia, just a little bit out of our price range, unfortunately, but we figured we didn't get a state tournament title yet, so we're going to go do that this year. So I have flyers and I have VIP tickets for all the council members. If I can leave that with the clerk for you all.
Please.
The flyer does have a QR code to purchase a ticket for $10. We won't turn you away, though, if you want to come see. We're going to have a debate on tariffs. I believe that's a hot topic right now, if I'm not mistaken. We all invite you to come. It's an AC1 150. And just thank you again so much for all you did for us in our nascent stages. And we're here to stay, and I'm really, really thankful. Thank you.
Nathan, what time on Thursday?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's going to be at 5 p.m. Okay, and there is lax parking over in AC1, so the community is more than welcome. In fact, we encourage it. Come see what we do.
Okay, thank you. You can give the tickets to Brianna.
Thank you. My name is John Girardi. I'm a Clovis resident. I live at Bullard and Sunnyside. I'm here to discuss the matter that Councilmember Pierce has raised that's received some news coverage about the idea of the city of Clovis declaring itself not to be a sanctuary city. This would be to follow up the city resolution that was passed by the city of Huntington Beach, California. This has to do with a California law, the California Values Act, which was passed in 2017 by Governor Brown, and it limits the ability of local government officials, such as, for example, Clovis Police, to interact with federal immigration authorities. I think, and my guess is that most citizens of Clovis think, that this is not good policy. If Clovis Police, certainly I think there are some caricatures of people who want to oppose these policies, most notably some comments from the mayor of Fresno that, we don't want police rounding up immigrants on farms and asking people what their immigration status is or being Border Patrol officers. I think that's kind of a bit of a caricature. I think if Clovis Police, in their work, come across someone with a long rap sheet who isn't in the country legally, they should have the latitude to be able to communicate with federal immigration authorities. California law on this subject is in opposition to laws that are federal laws that are on the books, particularly 8 U.S. Code 1373, which prohibits state governments from limiting the ability of local officials to communicate with federal immigration authorities. Now, I understand that this has been litigated, was litigated during the first Trump administration. There's a Ninth Circuit case that's not necessarily in our favor. I'm not saying, my day job is running a nonprofit. I am an attorney, but I don't have Lexis or Westlaw to fully brief this. So basically, I guess my recommendation would be that I think it would be a great thing for the city attorney maybe to examine this more closely, maybe even to communicate with the Department of Justice about what efforts are being made currently to work on trying to get the state of California to change its laws, whether that's through federal litigation. Is there federal litigation in which the city of Clovis could, along with other California cities, submit an amicus brief? Would a city resolution that's maybe symbolic be something that's, you know, a resolution saying that we dislike, that we oppose, that we don't support the California policy on this matter? I think all those options should be on the table, and it's something that's really worth the council's review. A core function of city government is public safety. I think California law limits our ability to engage in really effective criminal law enforcement in certain respects. So I hope this is something that the city council would be willing to look into further. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening. I'm Don Watnick at 687 West Escalon in Clovis. And Mayor Monatua, good to see you. Council members. Roughly 17 years ago, the City Council put a 1% sales tax increase on the ballot because we were in a recession and the council was worried about our ability to continue to support all of the city needs. Bob Whalen, now a sitting judge, was the lone council member that opposed this increase. The idea of Clovis raising the sales tax by more than 0.5 cent above the Fresno City rate would have badly damaged Clovis businesses. With the support of the Clovis Chamber of Commerce, Bob Whalen, Paul Dictos, Doug Vagum, a former Fresno County Council member and recently passed this past October, unfortunately, and myself, mounted a campaign against the passage of this 1% sales tax increase. The city outspent us 10-1, but we overwhelmingly defeated the tax measure. Now, 17 years later, we just passed a 1% sales tax increase, which I supported. The reason for my support was that with illegal alien criminals likely being dropped into our community, we needed to support and increase our police force. Councilmember Pierce is pushing for Clovis to be a non-sanctuary city so that we can work with the feds to remove any illegal criminal aliens in our community. This makes very good sense to me. Why not benefit from the power of the feds, of the federal government, to keep our city safe? Furthermore, the state law making California a sanctuary state is a very bad and immoral law. We should be standing against this law. We also may be able to partner with Huntington Beach, whose entire city council voted to be a non-sanctuary city. Together, we likely can convince other cities of the rightness of this position, and there is strength in numbers. I ask you to very seriously consider doing the right thing and be open to working with the federal authorities when they come to our community, and I have very little doubt that they will. Please do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good evening. My name is Eric Rollins. I live on Ashcroft Avenue in Clovis. I want to point out that the City Council recently spent a lot of time redistricting. Every single council member talked about how it wasn't right. Vaughn, thank you for voting against that. I understand why some of the rest of you made the choices you did. Nonetheless, you weren't happy because a state law allowed a lawyer to sue us over something where there isn't any proof of discrimination. Now we have an opportunity, again, to stand against the state. Keep in mind, just a couple of meetings ago, all of you were like, wow, Sacramento's telling us what to do, and we're not happy about it. Well, with this non-sanctuary city idea, I believe this is an opportunity to let the state know that, no, they don't get to define our own destiny. We should be defining our own destiny. And, you know, Huntington Beach, when they're standing alone, people look at them like they're strange. They're a little strange. I've been the guy that's the first one standing out on a street corner. All of a sudden, when there's two, people feel a little different because courage is contagious. If we join them, I believe that we begin to spearhead a movement to change our state. I believe our state is insane. Our state just passed a law that said they're going to, and they're spending millions, they're going to fight Trump on having criminals deported. I understand and I appreciate that both Councilwoman Pierce and Councilman Bessinger, they were nice enough to discuss this in what is the new public square on Facebook. I appreciate the thoughtful positions in both cases, but I am very much in support of this idea, and I hope that you put it on the agenda and that it gets passed. I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Eric.
Hi, my name is Randy Hecker. I live in Clovis, 3944 Buckingham Avenue. Very nice to meet you folks, council members, and Clovis residents. I'll try to make this quick. I stand before you tonight to share a story that is not just a tragedy, but a stark reminder of the consequences of misguided policies, specifically sanctuary city policies. This is the story of Kate Steinle, a young woman whose life was cut short by the failures of sanctuary city policies. Kate Steinle was born December 13, 1982. She was an aspiring 33-year-old beautiful woman. On July 1st, 2015, Kate and her father, Jim Steinle, were enjoying a celebration in San Francisco. They were walking along Pier 14 on the Embarcadero, a place where many of us know and we love, when tragedy struck. An illegal alien, convicted felon, Jose Inez Garcia Zarate, who had been deported 5 times prior and was shielded by San Francisco's sanctuary city policies, fired a shot that struck Kate and pierced her aorta. She collapsed to the pavement while screaming to her father. She didn't even realize what had happened at first. She didn't even know. As she grasped for breath, she turned to her father, who was holding her hand, and asked, "What happened, Dad?" Jim Steinle, her father, did CPR, but in the end could do nothing but watch as his daughter's life slipped away. Jim Steinle was a dedicated 20-plus year employee of mine, right here in Les Schwab Tires in Fresno, California. Brings it a little bit home. It's right here in our own town, correct? Gets me a little upset. He was my commercial fleet manager. I tell you this so you can see and hear how these policies can and did affect a citizen, person, dad, father, with Clovis ties, close Clovis ties. I knew him as a hardworking, dedicated man who loved his family deeply, and to see him endure such imaginable pain is something I will never forget. Kate's story is not an isolated incident. I know we all know this. And I know you're all aware of many other tragic stories Lake and Riley, just one recently, and I won't go into the rest. Caused by illegal immigrants and sanctuary policies in sanctuary cities. Again, to emphasize, it is just one of many. These policies defy common sense, they undermine the rule of law, and they put innocent lives at risk, which is really the worst part. These are just innocent people. They're not supported by the majority of the people here in Clovis, or across this nation for that matter, and the majority have spoke. I truly believe that in your hearts on the council, I know most of you, I remember when you walked in my front yard when you were getting ready to run, we talked for a while. And I appreciate all of you. I know you all feel hamstrung by the current situation that's in Sacramento. I would like to see us not defy the president because the heavy majority of us believe in that. We will not stand by while policies designed to protect criminals endanger our families, our neighbors, and our community. Kate Steinley's life mattered. Lake and Riley's life matters. Her family's pain matters, and it's time we honor her memory and others by standing up for what is right, just like some of the other folks have said. So, in finishing, let's ensure that no other family has to endure what the Steinley family and others has endured. Let's make it clear that Clovis will not be a sanctuary city, and we will not tolerate policies that put our community at risk. And Drew, by the way, I appreciate your approach. It's to try to get them to change the law. I think me and you both know that that's fighting a major, major uphill battle. So my recommendation would be to strongly do both and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, live at 434 West Paul, lifelong Clovis resident, and I'm here in support of this. You know, evil prevails when good men do nothing. Those stories right there, he could have talked for hours and hours about what illegal alien crime has done to not just the state of California. I know there's some back and forth on what we can and can't do. The one thing, as somebody who is a constituent of yours, I want to know that the people that are representing me are representing me and my family's safety, my son's safety, ahead of all politics. I know there's some talk about it being performative. I don't think it's performative to let the people know that you represent, that you put their safety, those taxpayers, those American citizens, that you put them ahead of illegal aliens. And I think it's absolutely important to stand with some of our sister cities like Huntington Beach. I applauded them when they did this. I think it's a bold move. And we're obviously in some time right now that we're going to see a lot of things going on with immigration. And coming down from the White House, it probably won't be as hard to fight this from the Sacramento area, but I just want you guys to stand strong and understand that the people that put you in those seats, the people that it is your job to represent, are counting on you, to put their protection and their safety first. We have, you know, we pay a little bit more of a premium to live in Clovis, and I just want to bring this up. I remember in 2015 sitting in front of the CUSD school board, the average person was on that school board for 22 years, and they said it would be performative if we said we stood with girls to not have boys in locker rooms. And the community did get together. They created a political action committee, and within 3.5, 4 years, none of those people were still on the board because they didn't represent what the parents and the taxpayers wanted. So I urge you, I thank you for bringing this up. When this originally came out, I remember telling Rachel here, I said, man, I wish Clovis would do that. I wish Clovis, maybe I should have emailed some of you. But I just want to say thank you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Josh. Josh Fulfer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, Mayor. My name is Neil Stoller. Nikki, you guys know me as Nikki. I reside at 2620 Sample Avenue, Clovis, California. I'm here to speak in favor of Councilwoman Pierce's proposal to make Clovis a non-sanctuary city. Our Constitution tasks our federal government to provide for the general welfare and the common defense. While we have a limited federal government, border security and immigration policy are powers specifically delegated to the federal government, and all the states that sign on to be part of the United States agree to honor and respect those powers given to the federal government. Sanctuary states, sanctuary cities are in defiance of federal law. They're in defiance of national security. They're in defiance of our economic well-being. It is an attack on the American people themselves. We hear the words undocumented aliens. No, what they are, particularly under the last administration, is we've got up to 10 million undocumented invaders. Our country is in war. This is jeopardizing the very survival of our republic. And those who support sanctuary to allow undocumented invaders into our country are guilty of treason. How many of you in here agree with that? All right. So I urge the council to reach out actually to the Trump administration, say, hey, the state is making various threats. Can you cover our backs? And tell the state of Sacramento, hey, comply with the Constitution or we will come in and arrest and try you for treason and deal with you appropriately. That's the correct response. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Thompson, and I represent Fresno TNR. Fresno TNR stands for Trap, Neuter, Return. We are a cat organization. I'm here to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding the recent situation in which an elderly woman in Clovis passed away. She lived on Cindy Lane, and her grieving family was reportedly told to put her sick cats outside to fend for themselves. There were approximately anywhere from 30 to 70. We're not sure exactly how many cats. This is not only inhumane, but also unacceptable for a city that should prioritize responsible animal care and welfare. Abandoning sick and vulnerable animals is both unethical and a public health concern. These cats, which were once beloved pets, were essentially left to suffer on the streets, potentially worsening the already overwhelming issue of stray and feral cats in our community. Instead of being provided with resources for rehoming or medical care, they were discarded as if they were disposable. This situation highlights a critical gap in the city's policies and response to pets left behind when an owner passes away. Clovis needs to implement better measures such as emergency shelter assistance or coordination with local rescues to ensure that animals in these situations do not suffer due to bureaucratic oversight or lack of compassion. I urge the City of Clovis to take immediate action by reviewing existing policies regarding pets left behind after an owner's passing, working with local rescues and shelters to develop humane alternatives for these animals, ensuring city staff is trained to provide compassionate and ethical guidance to families in crisis. After being contacted by her neighbors about this serious condition of how this was being handled, Fresno TNR had our team go out last night and capture 21 cats that are now in our care. We are getting them vaccinated, spayed, and neutered. We will try to find them foster homes until they can be adopted. There is a large expense for this and no support from the city or county to provide for these services. We are an all-volunteer group that relies on public donations and assistance from Dogwood Rescue based out of Santa Rosa. As a community, we should be striving to do better for both our residents and their beloved pets. We would appreciate your prompt attention to this matter and would welcome the opportunity to discuss how we can prevent this from happening in the future. We also had our supporters email several comments that you guys should have received. We also had them email the mayor. So this is not just me speaking, it's a community. We have been in touch with the Clovis Animal Control. We were told that they did not have the resources to deal with this situation. We work with the City of Fresno, we work with Valley Animal Center, we work with Fresno Humane. We work with lots of organizations. Since 2023, we have helped facilitate over 12,000 spays and neuters with an all-volunteer organization. So we are here to help the community. We are Fresno TNR. We are in Fresno, but we serve Fresno County. So we would just appreciate perhaps if somebody from your administration could get in touch with us so that we can make sure if there are some remaining cats out there that they are taken care of as well.
Thank you, Chris. And just want to know for the record, we do have 39 public comments received here, so in addition to yours. So thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
If possible, if Ms. Lithgow could meet up with our chief and animal services now to arrange a meeting, that would be great.
And Chief, do we have someone going out to meet with Chris who stepped in the back? Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Jenny Kren. I live on Bullard Avenue in Clovis, and I am here to speak against putting a non-sanctuary resolution on the agenda. I think there's little to be gained in doing such a thing. There are, in terms of crime, undocumented immigrants. The statistics show that it's having a non-documented immigrant population leads to reduced drug arrests, drug overdose deaths, and DUI arrests. They really do not want to bring attention to themselves, so they tend to have a low incidence of crime. The raids that have happened so far have led to sweeps that have picked up not just criminals, but they picked up families, they picked up children, pregnant women. They've shipped them off without hearings, without a chance to get together their documentation. The law does require hearings. There have been a few American citizens who have to figure out how to get back home from South America or wherever they got sent off. It has a chilling effect in the community, though. I've talked to a number of our Latino neighbors, and I'm using neighbors broadly in that sense. They're not going places. They're not traveling. They're not going, where they know, like between LA and San Diego, there's that checkpoint. They're not going to San Diego. They've been chilled already, and many Latino citizens are being very careful to carry their necessary IDs and such with them at all times. And I don't think there's any real advantage for us doing this other than putting up a sign that says not welcome. And I thought that, part of what Clovis's identification is being a welcoming, inclusive community. So anyway, I oppose having it placed on the agenda.
Thank you, Jenny.
Hi, I'm an immigrant from Mexico, Chihuahua, Mexico, about 4 hours from El Paso, Texas. I am a citizen of the United States and a resident of Clovis. I need 3 hours, but I'll try and make it in 3 minutes. My little brother, he was visited in Chihuahua by the cartels. He was told to pay el dote, which means you either support the cartels or they kill you. So they killed him. He said, I'd rather die than live working for the cartels. My other brother, who in a different town owned, built, bought land, built a restaurant, a business, was visited by the cartels. He walked out. He's still alive, but he lost everything. My uncle was kidnapped for ransom. They just send you a finger, cut it off, and you gotta pay. My cousin and his 2 nephews were so severely tortured, they made their employees watch, and you had to watch, because if you didn't, then you would be next. They didn't know whose finger or whose eye or intestines were when they dropped the 3 bodies in front of a restaurant. This is my cousin and my 2 nephews. And I can go on and on and on and on. Unfortunately, these people, they don't say, I kill for a living on their foreheads. You don't know who they are. They look like you and they look like me. I don't want them here. I want my family in a safe place. So either you do something about it and you support Diane. It doesn't hurt to make it, to just say or have a sign that says, we are not going to support that here. Or do nothing, and then your family will be next. Because they're here, it is coming. It'll be your wives, it'll be your children, I assure you. So if you wanted to come here, do nothing. If you don't want it to come here, do something, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca.
Good evening. Tracy Boren, I'm a Clovis resident. I urge you guys to reject any move to designate Clovis as a non-sanctuary city. Such a policy would not enhance our safety, rather it would undermine it. When local law enforcement is tasked with federal immigration duties, trust within our community erodes. Undocumented residents, many of whom are hardworking families, many of our farmers depend on them, may fear reporting crimes, leaving all of us more vulnerable. Moreover, this nation was built by immigrants. Every one of us here, exempting indigenous individuals, owes our presence to immigrant ancestors who saw a better life. To now turn our backs on current immigrants is not only hypocritical, but contrary to the values upon which America was founded. It's important to recognize that the concept of an illegal immigrant is relatively recent. Prior to the Immigration Act of 1924, there were no federal laws restricting immigration, and thus no concept of a legal entry. If your ancestors arrived before those significant restrictions and quotas were established, I suggest you all sit with that privilege before casting judgment on anyone seeking a better life. We simply must end this narrative that being undocumented means being a violent criminal. Let our police focus on creating a safe community and dealing with all violent criminals, regardless of their citizenship status. Economically, immigrants, regardless of their status, contribute significantly as workers, entrepreneurs, and taxpayers. Clovis prospers when all residents feel safe and included. Adopting a non-sanctuary status would damage our reputation as a welcoming, family-oriented city. Let's focus on genuine community safety, rooted in trust, inclusivity, and fairness. I urge you to reject the non-sanctuary designation and ensure Clovis remains a place where all families can live without fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Anyone else? Yes. Go ahead.
Hi there. Joe Hebert, 1989 North Nicollet Avenue. And I just want to say, I come here every week. This is the beauty of these council meetings, public discourse and discussion. I love it. And I think, it's people get passionate, and it's great. I never come up here and talk, but I felt compelled tonight to say something. So I'm a constituent of all of you. I don't support this measure, And I'll tell you why. The reason is, what I'd like to see from my council, you all work for me. And what I'd like to see, I'm not sure what the purpose of this will be. I haven't seen a lot of analysis. I've seen a lot of chatter. I've seen a lot of dialogue, but I haven't seen any in-depth analysis. I get the feeling that you all aren't talking to each other because I see one position, then I see a rebuttal, and quite eloquent, I mind you. But I tell you the things I would like to see. I talk to a lot of people in this community. You all know I ran for council, 6,000 votes in 5 weeks, and I talked to a lot of people, and I'm telling you what the people in this town really want to hear about. They want to hear about, hey, do we have enough parking at our senior centers? They want to know, do we have enough service, do we have enough revenue to support services for our growth that's happening on the south and north side? And if what I heard from Councilman Bessinger, this isn't our lane. And this isn't the first time this has come up. You know, we manufacture an issue, we get all riled up, and then we try to make ourselves relevant and we fight about it. But if it's not our lane, let's stay out of it. But I'll tell you one thing I am very, very concerned about. If you want to get into things that aren't our lane and you want to get the community behind you, do something about our PG&E bill. I'm feeling extorted every day. I think you get 100,000 people behind that. That's not our lane, but do that. But I really have to say, you know, this is a controversial issue. I haven't seen any data. What I heard was, hey, we're one of the safest communities in the valley, for the state of that matter. Is this a big issue? I didn't know we had a lot of crime by illegal immigrants in Clovis. But I heard we have a great police force. We just paid a 1% sales tax to increase that police presence, and they're doing a damn good job. So I don't know what the purpose of this is other than to make a statement, but I really like to see you guys working on things that are really relevant and germane to me and the rest of the community. And that's where I stand. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Joe. All right, Mr. Trevino, we wouldn't have public comment without you. Oh, no, I think she's just standing up to let Joe go back to his seat.
Good evening. I live on Bullard Avenue. I didn't come to speak on this subject, but I think I'll make a comment. I didn't know there was a lot of crime in this city done by illegals. As some of you know, I just retired as a truck driver. I used to work in Selma and Delano and the Grapevine. And in my life, I worked with a lot of people that were here illegally. And in my opinion, they're not invaders. They're here because they left their country and they came here for a better life. And so I don't call them invaders. But that wasn't the reason why I came tonight. The reason I came tonight is because I went to the post office today and I picked up the local newspaper, Clovis Roundup, and they were talking about the mayor and the chief of police, and you guys were talking about the celebration that you guys had for Martin Luther King, and some of the speakers that you had for the event. And I've noticed within the last few years, where are the local speakers besides you, Mayor? Where are they? You know, for example, where I live in Beansville, I call it Beansville, but we call it technically the Stanford edition. There's a church on Gibson. It's a Korean church. Years ago, it was a black church, and the plaque is still in front of the church. And if you go and look, you can notice there's names on there: Mr. Perkins, the Celestines, the Yarboroughs, the Turners, and there might have been a couple other names that I don't remember. But you know what? That's part of our history. That's part of us. And so, you know, I think those kind of things need to be mentioned. Some of the people that have come up in this neighborhood, you know, there's been good things in this town, this city, concerning African Americans and minorities, and there's been good things. You know, I know that we don't like to talk about the bad things, but you know, we had a big riot here by the police station. Was it 10 years ago? I remember the Black Lives Matter riot that we had here. We don't like to talk about that, but it's a reality. You know, it's a reality of our times. So, you know, that's the reason why that's what I wanted to speak about. Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Anyone else to address the council? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Hello. This is my first time attending a council meeting. I was made aware of this through social media and learned about it 20 minutes before your meeting started. So I came down here.
Could you give your name just
Oh,
for the
yes.
record?
My name is Peggy Aragon. I'm a resident of Clovis for the last 20
Thank you.
years. I moved here to bring up my family, to live in Clovis, which I think is a beautiful city, town, so that my children could go to a great school, so that we could live in a beautiful community. And I see what's going on in California, and I don't agree with it being a sanctuary state. Our beautiful state seems to be ruined in some areas. And I think Member Pierce came up with a good idea, and I support that. And I've spoken to other friends that live in the city of Clovis. Unfortunately, they weren't able to attend, but there are other people here that are in favor of Mrs. Pierce's recommendation. And I want to continue to live here and feel safe. I want my parents to be able to walk the streets and feel safe. I know there may be other things that we need to consider, but I want to say that I am in favor of considering city of Clovis being a non-sanctuary city. So that's why I came today. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. All right, anyone else? You to address the council? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. I also wanted to state for the record, we have 14 other comments on the sanctuary, non-sanctuary city, and then one item on a quality of life for police to enforce those quality of life. So I wanted to just note that for the record as well. So thank you, everybody, for coming this evening to address us on that. We're going to move now to the consent calendar. And consent calendar are items considered routine in nature are to be placed on the consent calendar with the recommended action for the City Council. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item unless a council member requests individual consideration. Is there anyone on the council like to pull an item? Okay. We're going to open to the public. Anybody here to address any item on the consent calendar? We have 6 items there. Seeing we'll close the public portion. Can we get
I'll move for approval.
a motion? Second. We have a motion second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move to administrative items. And we have 2 items, 4 administrative items. The first one is item 7. It is Ordinance 25-01, an ordinance repealing Ordinance 24-16, amending Section 2.1.01 of Chapter 2 of Title 2 of the Clovis Municipal Code relating to City Council meeting day and time adopted on November 12, 2024. There was a 3-2 vote with Mayor Pro Tem Pierce and Councilmember Bessinger voting no. Staff on this is our City Clerk, Brianna Parra.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This item was before you on January 21st and was introduced and approved. It is before you again under the administrative items because it is a 3-2 vote and staff does not have a presentation.
Okay. Did anyone on the council have any further questions on this item? Okay, so we'll open up to the public. This is the item in regards to moving council meetings from Tuesday back to Monday. Okay, so we moved it for about a month, so now we're going to move it back. Anyone here to address the council on that? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council.
I'll move for approval.
Motion and a second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. No, for the record, it's a 3-2, similar to what is on there. Do you have the votes correct, Brianna? Okay, motion carries 3-2. Okay, next item is item 8. It is to consider approval, award recycling and organic material collection, processing, and marketing services agreement to Mid-Valley Disposal and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. Staff on this is Glenn Estes, Assistant Public Utilities Director. And I think we have several others too.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Presentation ready? Yeah. So I'm Glenn Eastis. I'm the Assistant Public Utilities Director. I oversee the Solid Waste Division within Public Utilities. And with me tonight is Sari Yanakowski. I always mess her name up. She was the project manager on this RFP, and then also Scott Redolf, your Public Utilities Director. Clicker, good. So we're going to just to give you what we're going to go over is we're going to go over the background of our city services. We're going to talk about the RFP, the evaluation timeline, the evaluation criteria, the scoring that took place, as well as the final recommendation. So to give you a little background, Republic Services currently holds this contract. It's a 10-year agreement for recycling organics collection, processing, marketing services for the city of Clovis. This contract is set to expire on July 31st, 2025. It includes both residential and commercial recycling and organics collection. So to address any potential transitions for potentially a new hauler, we solicited for a consultant to help us with the RFP process. That company was HF&H. They provided service on the previous hauling contract as well. So on October 16th, staff issued an RFP. The RFP process is intended to provide a competitive process to allow city to interact with the proposers in order to better understand their proposals and provide a good recommendation or the best recommendation to council, as opposed to just a straight bid where you're looking at dollar numbers only. So just going over the services that we're talking about, for the residential services, we have a 3-cart system. The trash toter on the right that you'll see, the gray one, is serviced by the City of Clovis staff. The recycling organics, the 2 bins that you see to the left, the green and the blue, is the contractor we're talking about. That service is provided by Republic Services currently, and we are recommending to award to Mid-Valley Disposal. All 3 of these carts are owned by the city, and the services are billed by the city, and then we pay the contractor to provide the service. The other service that we're talking about is a commercial service. So the bin on the top left that you see, the white bin is the trash bin. City of Clovis staff owns that bin and services that bin. The yellow one on the right is our large container contract. That bin is owned and operated by IWS, which is a Cagley environmental company, one of the proposers on this RFP. Those 2 services are billed by the city, and the contractor is paid out of that service. This is different than the 2 bins that you see on the bottom, which is the recycling organics. That is part of the RFP that we're talking about. Those 2 bins are owned by Republic Services, serviced by Republic Services, and billed by Republic Services. So it's a little different than the residential contract or the residential service and how it's functioning. So on that same agreement, we are recommending Mid-Valley Disposal for the new contract. So I'll turn it over to Sari, and she can talk about the process and timeline that we went through.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I will be going over the RFP and evaluation timeline. As stated before, on July 1st of 2024, the consultant HF&H assisted the city in the preparation of the RFP and the agreement. After that, on October 16th, 2024, the city released the request for proposals for recycling and organic services. The solicitation period was originally intended for 4 weeks. And during this time, the proposers were given the opportunity to ask questions about the contract requirements or questions about the agreement or any other questions they had for further clarification. The city provided written responses to all of the proposers' questions, and the city also received a request for extension of the submittal deadline. This was taken into consideration, and the RFP deadline was extended to allow proposers additional time to finalize their proposals. Following that, the proposals were received on November 22nd, 2024. The good news is that the city received 3 proposals, one from Mid-Valley Disposal, Cagla Environmental, and the current hauler, Republic Services. All 3 proposals were found to be responsive, responsible, and qualified. Continuing on our timeline, staff conducted a thorough and comprehensive analysis of each proposal. This was to ensure that all the items were addressed as required in this RFP process. Staff then formed an evaluation committee. The committee consisted of 5 members. They were asked to review and score each proposal and also participate during the interview process. The interviews were held on December 10th and 11th. In each interview, the companies provided a short presentation of their company's current experience, key personnel, and implementation plan. Staff was able to ask any clarifying questions about each company's proposals. Following the interviews on December 20th, 2024, proposers provided additional supporting information and clarifications on rates. After that, January 14th, 2025, staff completed the final evaluation review. I'm also going to be discussing the evaluation criteria. Just wanted to point out that the RFP included the guidelines that we use to evaluate each proposal. Starting off with the proposer qualifications, this includes the proposer's overall experience. We were looking at the management experience and their key personnel. We also looked at the current experience with city of similar size. For the technical proposal, we were looking at the implementation plan, operations, and equipment. And included in this section was public education and the company's customer service approach. Third was the exceptions to terms and conditions. For this item, we looked at the number and nature of the exceptions presented for the draft service agreement. For the financial stability, we looked at the financial stability of the company by looking at the debt to equity ratios and also the company's ability to obtain adequate insurances. For cost, we were looking at the cost of services to our customers, as well as how reasonable was the relationship between the proposed cost and the operational assumptions being made. For predictability, we were looking for the company's ability to provide assurance of rate stability for the services and also the ability to provide efficient and timely services for the terms in the agreement. At this moment, I'm going to pass it over to Glenn, and he will go over the scoring.
So I'm going to go over the scoring for each of the individual categories that she just went over and how it pertained to our review of it. So the proposal qualifications has got 3 main categories: experience, key personnel, and past performance. So I'll go over each one of those. So when it comes to experience, I'll just say all 3 of the companies have the experience to do the job in Clovis. So we'll start off with Cagla Environmental. Is a local business with 85 years of service, community service. It holds its largest hauling contract is Madera County, where it serves 13,000 residential customers, along with additional commercial accounts. They also manage franchises in Fresno County and also the large container contract for the city of Clovis. Mid-Valley Disposal has been operating since 1997, has grown to be one of the largest haulers in the region. They currently oversee 31 franchise agreements, servicing over 80,000 residential customers, along with unincorporated areas of Fresno County. And then they have half the commercial customers in the city of Fresno. Republic Services is the 2nd largest solid waste company in the nation. In this region, they provide service to Salinas and city of Clovis, as well as unincorporated areas of Fresno County. They also have half of the city of Fresno's commercial accounts. So all 3 have the experience to do the job. So the key personnel, both Cagla Environmental and Mid-Valley Disposal, have experienced personnel who have remained in their positions for an extended period of time. Republic Services has also the experienced leadership team, but they've experienced high turnover in the last number of years. And so their leadership is new to this contract. Regarding past performance, Cagliari Environmental currently works with the City of Clovis on their large container contracts, so we're familiar with their service. They've demonstrated a very strong performance. Their references also indicated a very good performance in their other jurisdictions. Mid-Valley Disposal has had limited experience in the City of Clovis. However, their references were very, very strong with the other jurisdictions that they work within. Republic Services, on the other hand, has faced some challenges in the past 6 years delivering quality service, in which their references also reflect. I want to note, though, that their leadership team has made some notable changes in the last year since they've been in charge, but it's still reflected in the scoring over the past number of years. So the next category I'm going to go over is the technical proposals. So implementation, operations, equipment, public education, and customer service. So Cagliari Environmental, this is weighted about 30% of the overall score, so it's going to be one of the largest factors in the scoring. Cagliari Environmental presented an implementation plan, a very successful implementation plan that, however, it depends on the timeliness of their vehicles showing up on time. They'll need to be awarded the contract or the vehicles in order to get them in time. They're one of the smaller of the three operations. So their most recent transition, they did note that they would have an alternative plan to rent vehicles and other things like that if the vehicles didn't come in time, which is also a reasonable option. Their most recent transition was Madera County in 2012, where they effectively managed a very complex transition, and they received very good positive feedback for that. Mid-Valley Disposal provided a strong and practical transition plan demonstrating extensive experience in similar operations. References confirmed they successfully implemented transitions in all 7 jurisdictions that they were awarded contracts in the last 4 years. So their transitions and experience is much more recent. So that we took it into account during the scoring. They are well prepared for the transition. They had already ordered new fleet for their operations, and they're expected to have that in time. So they're not dependent on having their vehicles here before the contract, but they are expected to have them before the contract. Republic Services has the least need to prepare for the new transition because they're already in place. They already have the equipment. However, they would need to expand their organic and recycling services to commercial customers, which has been challenging on the previous contract, and so that's reflected in their scores. Regarding customer service, both Cagliari Environmental and Mid-Valley Disposal received high ratings for their positive references, ranking them at the top. Republic Services scored a little lower due to their customer service history. So the next category is going to be exceptions to the term.
Glenn, before you go on, back to the qualification, how many percent of the total score? Because you said technical is 35%, and so.
So you asked about the first one?
Yeah, the first one.
The first one's going to be 20%.
20%?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So the exceptions to the terms and conditions, this is going to be a small percentage. It's only 5% of the overall score, but we're looking at what they recommended as a change to the proposed contract that we had lined out. So Cagliari had very few exceptions to the contract. Mid-Valley had some, but not significant. And then Republic had the most exceptions to the contract, and they were mostly legalities relating to what constitutes a change in law, rate increases, things like that. So they were a little more significant. But again, that is a very small item, so it doesn't weigh much on the overall score. Financial ability, that's where we look at the financial stability of the company and whether or not they're able to obtain insurance and financials to do the job. All of them showed that they were able to do that based on the documents they provided. And so that's also a very minor score, 5% of the overall, and they all scored the same. So we saw no issues with any of the contracts, proposals. So the cost is going to be our biggest contributor to the scoring. It's 25%. Yeah, so it's 25% of the scoring, but it's going to have a major factor in the scoring just because of the disparity between the different rates that were provided. So Mid-Valley Disposal provide the lowest rates, which are 20% higher than our current rates. Cagley Environmental provided rates that were 45% higher, and Republic Service proposed rates that were 79% higher than our current rates. So what we're looking for is reasonable and competitiveness. When it comes to competitiveness, Mid-Valley clearly had the most competitive rates, and when we look at reasonableness, their rates are 20% higher than our current rates. So it's not like they underbid our current rates by a significant amount. All three were more than our current rate that's being provided right now. So the next slide is going to show our residential cost comparison. We're going to have a few slides on cost here, just because that's a major factor in this RFP. So as you can see, Mid-Valley's proposal is below what you see. The red mark is our projected revenue for that service. This is our residential service in which we bill for, and we pay the hauler. So they are the only ones that were below our actual revenue number. Now, going forward, our revenues have an inflation where they increase at 4% per year, and the contract is set to increase at a CPI not to exceed 4%. So in theory, our rates should outpace the expense of the contract, and so that gap grows a little bit and gives us buffer over time. So the need for a 218 election at this time is not recommended, and in theory would not be recommended through the length of this contract for any reasons related to this contract. So the next slide is going to show a commercial cost comparison, and if you did look at the proposal, you'll see that they provided a rate for the residential cost and the commercial cost. However, the commercial cost can't really be looked at because it's dependent on two factors. It's going to be dependent on the rates that were provided and the service level that they anticipate or projected. So proposed commercial rates are all nearly equal, set at 60% of the commercial trash rate, with the exception of Mid-Valley, who proposed a 54% of the rate for recycling. The next slide will depict this. But so the lower the cost in this area, doesn't necessarily reflect a lower rate. It just reflects a lower level of service. Before the contract starts, all of the commercial customers will be assessed and what we call right-sized, which means they'll be provided the right size service for their needs. And so, assuming that all haulers would have right-sized the company's equivalent equally, then Mid-Valley's overall cost to the commercial customers would be less because the rates are less. So the next slide depicts that. You see our current rates are 50% and 60%. In the previous contract, we capped the commercial rate at 60%, and the winning proposer came in at 50% on residential, and then Mid-Valley came in at 54% on recycling. I'm sorry, not residential, but on recycling. While the other two proposers proposed the max 60% on both services. So this is the commercial, yeah.
Can you go back to that?
Previous slide?
Yeah, previous slide. Can you explain this in layman terms, what it means, 60% of, so just dollars-wise? I had a tough time trying to figure out how, I know you said they all scored equally, so that, it didn't matter, so but then what does it mean dollars-wise to a business?
Okay, so our commercial trash rate, there's a scale. It depends on how much you're being served. It's roughly around $77 a yard is our rate that we provide. It does step down the more services you get, and the size of the bin. So it's kind of a large matrix. But in order to incentivize recycling and organics, years ago we set the recycling and organics rate to be at max 60% of the city's trash rate. So as the city raises the trash rate every year, this contract also increases to follow that 60% of the rate. So it's always less than the trash rate. And the trash rate has other burdens in there for our landfill costs and for other burdens for administration costs within the city. So there's not an exact dollar number, but if you look at our trash rate, you can then calculate it by using 60% of that.
Thank you.
Is that clear? Okay. So the commercial toter rate. So in previous years, we've never had a toter rate for commercial. It's just been a bin. But with 1383, SB 1383, the thresholds for requiring or for needing recycling and organic services is lowered. And so there's a need to provide service to businesses with smaller than a 1 yard bin, which also helps out if they have space issues as well. We're able to put toters in there instead of bins. So this is a comparison of the rates that were provided by the haulers. So as you can see, Mid-Valley's rates are significantly lower than the other two proposers' rates on the toter service.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
That's a significant difference. I guess we could ask them, but how is that so much lower compared to the other two?
Yeah, it's just how they price it out.
I mean, it's the same material.
It's the same essential material. What's different about?
I mean, that's great, but I'm just curious, how do we get to that much of a difference?
Mm-hmm. And what is different about this service versus just a typical residential toter is those toters are lined out on the street, and you're going by and you're picking up one after another, and they're out there on the street, and it's easy and fast. These toters are going to be in either in bin enclosures, or they're going to be in hard-to-reach places in which they're going to have to go get them and bring them out. But at the same time, the residential rate for recycling is $4.99, and what they're proposing for commercial is $7.90. So it is more than what they're charging for residential because of that additional service. But why they're so different, I don't know. We would have to ask the proposers when they're maybe during public comment or something. They can comment on that. Yeah. Okay.
And Glenn, I had a similar question. Is next year, can they jump all the way up to 23, or is there a limit in which they can increase? Was it just that 4%? But I only read that as for residential, so I didn't know how, because they're billing them directly.
Yeah. And
they could be 60% below what residential is. So can they just go next year, hey, as long as we're 60% below, we'll bill them 23.
No.
Okay.
So that was a cap that we set, and the contract basically states that that they'll be able to charge 60% or whatever proposed rate that they provided. So if we were to select Mid-Valley Disposal, the rate for $7.90 would go up by basically 4%. The city raises its rate by 4% on the commercial side.
Okay, so this becomes the baseline.
Yes.
And then they can keep going 4%.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, so the last category, that we evaluated is the cost assurance, rate stability, operational sustainability. So CAG Environmental provided earned strong references for this is 15% of the overall score too, and this just is predictability on what 15. It's whether or not we think they can provide the service. So CAG Environmental also provide strong references for their collection reliability, responsiveness to customer complaints, and their fair and reasonable approach to rate increases. Mid-Valley Disposal received high praise and assurance, reliability, and rate stability. They are the only hauler in Fresno, something to note, that they're the only hauler in Fresno County that charges less than the maximum allowable rate. So what that means is the Fresno County has their maximum rates that you can charge, and at least in one of the areas that Mid-Valley operates in, they charge the customers less than the rate that they're allowed to charge. I don't know why that is. Maybe they can comment on it, but my assumption is that they're trying to meet the needs of that community and what that community can afford, which I think is commendable. So their rate increase requests in other jurisdictions have been deemed reasonable, and they are known to be easy to work with. Additionally, their handling of customer complaints has been commendable. So they received all good references, basically. Where public services, unfortunately, has faced some challenges over the last few years with reliability and customer service. This is noted by the city, reference from the city of Clovis, since they're one of our HARLs, but it was also reflected by their references when we checked. So, however, I do want to say that their current management has made some notable improvement in the last year. But that's why you're going to see that they are scored less on this category as well.
And Glenn, on that last slide, we are only calling who they tell us to call. We're not doing independent references where we're checking whatever, Yelp and all that kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
So we are only calling who they gave as references.
Right.
Okay.
Now, when I say that, when we call for a reference and another hauler is taken, we're calling on another reference and they took over a previous contract, right? Those references have no problem telling us how the previous contractor did, right? And so we get more references, information that way, but that's just the nature of calling on a reference, right? So here's our overall scoring for the 6 categories that we went over. And what I can say is on the overall, the difference between Caglia and Mid-Valley is mostly going to be their cost scoring. Right? There's other factors in there, but that's the largest one. And the difference between Mid-Valley and Republic Services is going to be cost as well as customer service. Those are the 2 major factors that really showed up consistently through the evaluation process. So with that being said, staff's recommending the award of Mid-Valley Disposal for the organic recycling and organics collection, processing, marketing services agreement. And with that, we're open for questions.
Any questions of staff at this time? Go ahead. Well, Councilman Basco, go ahead.
I have a few questions. So when you talked about the 4% increase or up to under the CPI, was that the same for everybody across the board? It's kind of like this is part of the contract, so because I mean we're looking at if you were to do a 4% increase, it's like 43%, and you go from 5.5 million to 7.8 million in year 10. So is that something we anticipate is going to happen?
Yeah,
over the next 10 years, is just because it says you can increase it up to 4%, so now that's going to be part of the contract?
So what's part of the contract? You're talking about the commercial or residential or just all of it? Just
talking
residential?
About the $5,510,000 part.
So that's standard language we put in there that says that it'll increase by a CPI, but not to exceed 4%, and that's to make sure that doesn't outpace the city's revenue rate increases.
Did that also apply when Republic had the
contract? That applies to everybody, and that applies to the previous contract. In the previous contract, we had a cap of CPI, but only 80% of the CPI, which is why the previous contract, one of the reasons the previous contract fell below the market rate over time, because they were only getting 80% of the CPI every time. And then we also had some years where we had some pretty significant inflation, where we got 7%, 8% inflations, and we capped them at 4%. So
did they increase? Did the previous contract holder, did they go up with the increase when they could?
Yes.
Each year?
Each year.
Okay. On page two...
And typically inflation is about 2.5% over years, to over 10-year period on average.
I did have one other question. On page 289, when it talked about, on the proposal, it said the estimated residential revenue is $5,510,244. The estimated multifamily commercial revenue is $2,065,555. So it has a total rate revenue of $7,581,000. So it has a different number than the number that was in the report, staff report. So why is that a $7.5 million number as opposed to the other number of 5.5?
Yeah. So the residential rate is the $5 million number.
Okay.
So that's the one we use to compare because those are the rates that we collect and we pay the contractor. The other part is the multifamily and commercial. That's where they will bill their customers, provide service and bill their customers. That won't go to the city's budget. And it's dependent on two things, the rate that they provide and the service level that they provide, right? So the rates were the same for all companies,
okay,
with the exception of Mid-Valley, slightly lower. And so we couldn't really compare that rate apples to apples because it's dependent on the service level that they provide. And there was difference in the service levels that they anticipated providing throughout the contract.
Wouldn't this seems like it would be two separate contracts. If one's, because you're saying you can't compare apples to apples, or apples to oranges, or whatever, and
Both recyclable.
both recyclable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But one's on the commercial side, one's on the residential side, so, I mean.
Yeah, they operate differently, correct.
They operate differently, so why weren't they done in two different RFPs, or is that just not what we do? And I'm only asking because I don't know the answer to these questions. And when you get a document on the staff report that says it's 5.5 million, and then you read through the report and it says 7.5 million, you know.
Yeah, I tried to make that clear that it was just a residential rate, but could have probably done a better job making it clear. Why they are not separate contracts, it's just historically been that way, that we're selecting a hauler for recycling and organic services, and they operate differently throughout the city, depending on the type of service. But having different contracts, potentially different contractors, does create administrative overhead, a lot more administration, a lot more conflicts, a lot more things to resolve with reporting requirements. There's just a lot more going on there. Commercial recycling wasn't as big as it's getting, right? So that is another factor, but yeah, those have just historically been under one contract.
I think just having gone through a big RFP process like this, it would have been good to see all the proposals instead of just the one that you said, hey, we had 5 people, they did this review, and then, you know, there's all those questions that sometimes we can go back and look at too and say, okay, now I kind of understand what you're saying. When I look at a graph and you give me, you know, it's just a difference of this and, you know, the score sheets or whatever. So I don't know if that's normal, that we don't see the other applicants process during this, or just is it just typical just to get the one you're recommending?
It can change. Typically, if we're recommending one, we're just providing the proposal for one that we're recommending. If the contracts were extremely close and we were saying they're very close and you can pick either one, they're really close, we really don't know what to pick, we would have probably brought both forward or all 3 forward. In previous years, I know that the pricing was very similar, and so there was a little more of a debate about, you know, which one do you choose, right? I think in the previous contract, we chose the higher priced one.
So in the previous 10-year, well, some of us were around here in the previous 10 years ago for the award of the contract.
Yes,
we followed. Lucky me. We followed the same methodology and process, and so we didn't get out of our wheelhouse on that. Typically in these RFPs, we will provide the selected proposal, and that's what we bring before council, because staff has gone through the process of the evaluation, the interviewing, and just the background information of providing staff's best recommendation to council.
Okay, thanks.
Glenn, I wanted to follow up with Councilmember Basco's point before you move on. He was talking about the commercial charge from Mid-Valley's 2-point-something million, correct? And so is it because the other two showed higher, theirs would be proportionally higher for their commercial revenues? Or are they all pretty much 2-point-something million? Because they were charging toters higher, because I was asking, Mid-Valley was starting lower. So does that mean they are, even whatever the number is, the other two are higher because they start at a higher, closer to that 60%. Is my statement accurate in that, or are they all pretty much the same?
The total cost to the customers, assuming that they were all right-sized properly, the same, Mid-Valley would be lower. But the number that they put in the proposal, it shows that Caglia is less because they anticipated providing less service to the commercial customers. Mid-Valley and Republic Services had the the highest level of service. They were going to provide more service to a greater number of customers. Does that?
So in their, since we don't have their proposals, in Caglia's proposal, their commercial number would be lower than Mid-Valley, and then Republic's would be a little bit higher. Yes. Is that accurate according to this?
Just from memory, I'm going to say that Mid-Valley is $2.2 million on the commercial. Caglia Environmental proposed $1.6 million on the commercial, and Republic Service was somewhere in the name of $2.2 million, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
But like I said, that number is very subjective on what they put in the proposal. So that's why we didn't really want to use the number straight as a number. We typically try and look at the rates, which is what you see on this sheet, and you say, if the rates are the same, the cost would be the same, right?
So let me expand upon that, and hopefully I'll address your question with more clarity, because it's more complex and it's not that straightforward. Through the process, the contract requires right sizing, which is determining what is the right amount of bins and what's necessary to serve those customer businesses in the multifamily. That needs to be put in place before the new contract starts. So they're going to go determine that. They're going to do an analysis, and they're going to do it hand in hand with the city, and we're going to come up with a service level. The service level would typically be the same for all three contracts, whichever one we awarded. So they don't have that information right now, so they're putting in their best estimate of what that is, as opposed to that's a fixed number. It's not. That will be determined. And so what Glenn is saying is that once that's determined, and all things being equal, that we right-sized appropriately and we identified the service levels that were necessary, then Mid-Valley does have a more economical rate for the recycling portion because they came in at 54% as opposed to 60%.
Councilmember Ashbeck, question.
So, yeah, just, I was trying to find the email that I sent my questions. I was not, like, trying to do grocery shopping or something. So I think just a couple of comments. I just want to follow up on Matt's comment. What's unhelpful about just seeing one is because I don't understand trash. I conceptually get it, but it's not what I do for a living. If I could have found 10 metrics to compare across, like, is Mid-Valley's less because they're buying 8 trucks and Caglia is buying 10, or is it? So I couldn't find anything to say, okay, that helps me understand. So just for the record, I'm not going to vote on this tonight. I don't think we have enough information. This is a 10-year. This is a long time. I want to explore the contracts for commercial and residential. So that would be helpful to me. I don't need to be an expert in this because that would be horrifying, but I don't have anything to hang my hat on in terms of how to know, because as a customer to the Republic folks, I see your service every week, for better or worse, and all the stuff in between, right? So I don't have any way to know Mid-Valley or Caglia's service. So just from a council member's perspective, it would be helpful for me to have some level of just 10 data points that you think a council member could judge by, and that would be really helpful for me. You want to say something about that idea?
No, it's not. It's unfortunate that we didn't do that, beforehand, so that you would have some metrics to compare. I would say this, though, that even in a comparison, each company is going to provide how they're going to provide those services, and we go through and look at the reasonability of it. But if they can provide the service for how they know their business better than us, and so that's how they get lesser costs, if they think they can be competitive here or they can do these things here. And so you could do those metrics, But even then, I think you'd have some difficulty in apples to apples saying that, well, each company has to perform it identical, and I don't believe they will.
No question. I just don't, all I see is one. And the question is, we trust you implicitly. I would just like to have a little more background from me. I guess the thing I think about is, with all due respect to Republic and their screen jackets, if Republic service is not as high and Mid-Valley's, say, trucks is lower than that, then my brain goes, well, if Republic can't deliver the service with more trucks, and I'm making this up because I don't know the numbers, so that's where I would start to at least be able to put it into practice, what it looks like. So anyway, I think that's for me, I would, some way to just at least see the three across. Do you want to comment on that before I go on? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay, my first question, or way back to the start, is anybody from HF&H here, or on the phone, or nearby, or?
No, HH&F help us prepare the RFP and the draft documents and the forms and all that, but then that's where staff took over from that point on. So,
one question I have is, it's interesting the question we asked them. Was it, can you put together an RFP that gives us exactly the kind of service we have today? Or did you say, give us the service we have today and imagine what you know about the industry, what you think the trends might be in 10 years, so we're ready for whatever comes? Electric this, trash, drones that pick up trash, I don't know what that is. But if we ask for the status quo, then we're going to get the status quo. And again, another reason why a 10-year contract seems frightening to me is I don't know what expectations we might have for hauling, state law. So I guess the question we ask drives the answer you get. So what was our question what is it called again? How many H's are there?
HF&H.
And maybe it's rhetorical, but to me it matters. So the question you ask, you get the data you ask for. So how did we frame the request?
So that's their bread and butter, is to provide RFP consultant services and predict the future. They do a lot of work with Cal Recycle, so they try and set up agreements that meet the current needs, meet all the state laws that are on the books. There's no crystal ball to predict exactly what the next one's going to come, but we try and put things in place, such as consideration of changes in laws and a procedure, how to do those rate increases and how to analyze those, and all that stuff is put into the agreement so that the agreement can morph as new laws come out, but they predict to the best of their ability and our ability of what we anticipate to see in real time. Like SB 54 is an example, right? That's a law that's on the books. It's a producer. It's a manufacturer and producer law, right? So it's meant for them to address. But there's anticipation that comes back to the city, and the city's going to have to do some enforcement, things like that. But it's all anticipation. We do not know how it's going to work out. So there's language in the agreement so that the contract can be successful and can morph the way it needs to morph.
And I don't think we saw, at least I don't remember seeing the RFP, so I couldn't see that. I don't know what I was asking for. So that was also a challenge for me, just to look at one response to what. I didn't know what the lid of the puzzle box was, so that was harder for me.
In addition, HF&H, I believe, participates in the committees that make these types of legislation, so they're in deep.
Okay, that's good.
They know, how to. They are very good at putting together these RFPs. They do it for a lot of cities, a lot of agencies.
No, that's good. That's what I wanted to make sure, because otherwise, if you ask for what I have today, in 10 years, we might be like, well, that was not good. Just a couple other questions. So, I am, call me skeptical, I'm suspicious, not in a creepy way, that the Mid-Valley number is exactly our revenue. What it feels to me is you took the number and you worked backwards, and we get the price. I will say with great love, it feels like we chose them because we didn't have to do a 218 hearing. In my mind, that is worth like negative points. That's, again, the wrong answer if we need some other level of service. So I still need to be convinced that coming in under the amazingly close to our revenue rates that they came in. That doesn't, I just can't imagine that that would be how it works. So I need a little more, data comparison, and I just don't hope we didn't pick it because it was no 218 hearing was required.
So the,
It reads like that.
very,
It reads like that.
very good it does look that way too, in a perception way. The reality is that our rates, we're the ones that inflated the revenue, expecting that we're going to increase our revenue intake. So that's what put it over. They actually are, if they looked at current revenue, they would be probably guesstimating about 5.2 or something like that. It's something less because it's the 4% escalator on that. As far as the quality of the providers and the proposals, both Caglia and Mid-Valley, we think are exceptional. We think that they both can provide the services. This is not selecting one over the other just because we have some hidden insight or not. What adds or complicates it for staff in their recommendation is that the costs are fairly reasonable, and they do not cause us to figure out how to increase revenue in the enterprise funds so that we can award this contract. So from our perspective, if we can get the service that we believe the level of service that we believe we can get through one of these companies, and the price, I don't want to say the price is right, but the cost is appropriate, and it meets our budget and our long-term kind of forecasting, then it's incumbent upon staff, I think, to recommend the hauler that covers those things. Best price, best service. And so I would assure you that we've gone through a very in-depth process in the selection of recommending Mid-Valley.
I have no doubt about that. And my final question. So if they're so close, they're so close over a contract. So for me, and maybe this isn't in your scoring criteria, I put a high value on community support. Active in this, active in that, president events, all of that. I don't know if that gets scored, if it's legal to score them on that, if we consider that, but people that invest in the community, not just for the business, but for the community, is the kind of people that we want to sustain Clovis over a decade. And I don't know whether Mid-Valley does or not. I don't see you as much. And again, that is 1,000% subjective. But is that a consideration at all about community leadership, community investment? Does that matter in terms of choosing a vendor in something like this?
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Well, it just because in the criteria of a technical selection, no, not for us. We're looking at the ability to provide the service. And these RFPs that we typically do, especially in public utilities, we're looking for the best service at the best value for what's best for our customers. So we don't add in the overall picture of these
community involvement.
And that was not part of any scoring criteria in this. Okay. We do, through the contract, have requirements that they place a office in the city of Clovis so that they conduct their business so that they are reachable by all the customers. We've been told by Mid-Valley that they intend to open up a business office in Old Town, and we're going to hold them to that. So we expect them to have presence in the community. And but we don't, that wasn't part of the grade, that was part of the requirements. You must have a location within the city so that you're available to address all of our residents and customer problems.
I guess what caught my attention is in the Mid-Valley document, the only one that I had, I think there was a line that says, "We will join the Clovis Chamber now." And that felt weird to me, like you get the business to join the chamber. That was just, and again, that is a small point in a $5 million contract, but that's what got me thinking about, so are you in or are you only in if you get the business? Two different views. So that was just maybe it's too subjective for this contract. Finally, I'm almost done. What are our options tonight? So I've already said I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight, so I will not be voting. What are the council's options? Vote, not vote, choose a different hauler, tell you to come back in a week, divide the contract into commercial and residential? What are the options we have?
So
All of which make you really happy.
I'm going to start out with the hesitancy,
I know,
and then I'll give you all your options.
I know.
The hesitancy is by not awarding tonight, we're in a transition period, and we are shortening that window for, should it not be Republic, that we go to a new provider, that they have to get equipment, they have to get all geared up, and so the minute we take it off of action and we go back to staff, it's going to add quite some time to it, because I'll explain to you, and Scott can correct me if I'm wrong on the options. The first option is to go to a straight bid, which is to bid the service, and then you're going to get the lowest cost gets the contract. That's typically not how we do it, because we like to look at the totality of what they're bringing, as opposed to, because sometimes the lowest cost is not the best service. We could go back and we've heard about potentially changing it from a combination collective of services to spreading out those and breaking them apart. Staff would need to go through and understand what that's going to mean and what are the consequences. I don't believe any of the proposers could go forward with what they have based upon splitting upon we don't know how they came up and melded their rates to present this tonight. There is a third option, I guess, the nuclear option, and I'm not too fond of it, is solid waste has the ability to, it's not under the public contracting law. We could actually go and negotiate one-on-one with service providers. That sounds neat in some extent, but it's still, we're going to be liable to bring whatever to council and be questioned. But in that, then we would need direction on what are we trying to accomplish, because I think it's hard for staff right now. We feel we're providing you the best service at the best cost. So if we go, and that's for both residential and commercial services. So if we go back to square one, we would really need a definition of what we are trying to accomplish, so that any of the things that we would bring back to council maybe sometime in March and say, here are some ideas. Which way do you want to go? And so we would lay those all out, and then we would lay out the processes, the timelines, the consequences for doing these things. So hopefully that answers your question.
The short answer was you don't have any other options. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Councilmember Pierce.
Yeah, I just have a few questions on the annualized cost for the city of Clovis, where it lists the bids and then also the % increase to current cost and whether or not it requires a 218. What is the threshold that triggers the 218? Because Mid-Valley at 20% does not, Caglia at 45 does.
So there's a line on that chart, and I'll go back to it. So there's a line, the orange line on there. Mm-hmm. That is the city of Clovis's revenue that we bill for customer service, right? Mm-hmm. So when our expenses exceed our revenues, right, that would be the time to go out to a 218 and increase our rates so that our revenue would be higher.
So when the proposals came in and the projected city revenue, they did not know that number. They didn't know whether or not their proposal would trigger a 218. Is that correct?
I don't believe they knew that. Our budgets are public records, so they could have researched it. However, this number that's being provided here is not in any public record, because it's a projected number. So as Scott mentioned earlier, our revenue rates right now are about 5.2 this year, right? Mm-hmm. But this projection is projecting out through the end of next year, because that's when this contract will have a full year of expenses, mm-hmm. and we'll have a full year of revenue. So we're projecting a 4% next to be approved next year in order to get to that number right there. And it's just it's a straight calculation is what we did. We took our revenues we project, and we project it based on it. We do a 5% because we also have growth within the city, right? So you get your 4% increase plus growth, comes out typically to about 5% more in revenue every year of total revenue. So it's just a projected number. We typically we typically receive slightly more than our projections. We try and be conservative with them, but we didn't want to play with the number or anything. We just used a projection and said, that's what it is. And had it been right at it, a little bit less, we still would probably say, not sure if we need a rate increase or not. We'll see where the CPI holds next year and whether or not we need it after that, right? So it's not a hard line when we need the 218 election, but the other proposals are clearly, 25 and 45% higher than our revenues, and those would definitely need a rate increase.
And then I agree with my colleagues in that additional information from the other proposals would have been helpful, again, because I think there's some question too, and I agree with a lot of what Lynn was saying, is just what are all the different components? And, when you talk about Caglia has a lower commercial cost, but it's less service, what does that mean? What does that look like? How can I, kind of look at these internals and say, okay, well, maybe that less service is not a bad thing. Maybe it is. How does that compare to the type of service that's being offered over here? So I definitely think that part of the difficulty of this is it's obviously incredibly complicated, and even more so for those of us up here than you guys who do it all the time. But more information, even in addition to what we've gotten, would actually be very, very helpful so that we can have more confidence in what we're deciding. And I also think that in this process as well, while I don't have any particular problem with what you're putting forward as staff saying this is what we've gone through, we've, kind of looked at all of these things, we believe this is the best choice for the city. I don't doubt that. I don't question that. But at the same time, that question of what the options are, I think would actually give us the ability to be more confident in our decision making on, okay, well, we know these are all the options and we still feel this way about it, or hey, could we know a little bit more about this option? So, and again, yeah, this is a 10-year deal, and is there any point within that 10 years where there's kind of a revisiting of it? Because obviously this is a cumbersome process to go through the whole creation of the RFP. We have to get an outside consultant for that, and the time and effort that those who put in bids, that's big. I understand that, so I'm not looking to say, hey, do this every 3 years. But at the same time, again, what we're talking about is going to be something that our community is dealing with for such a long time. Is there any way, again, where there's like a midpoint, like at 5 years, we kind of reevaluate, say this is working, this isn't, these costs change differently, and have some version of we can make adjustments here at this point without waiting a whole 10 years?
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about making adjustments from one contractor to another.
Not necessarily, but.
Because that's the whole point of the 10 years,
right,
is they're putting a lot of capital improvement forward, and they need that 10 years to buy back, get the money back on that equipment that they're investing in. As far as along the way, there's what we call, I can't remember the term, but it's extraordinary rate changes, right? Adjustments. So every 3 years, they can come back and say, the state did something, something's unique, something's changed, and we need a rate increase more than the CPI, right? And so they would have to provide documentation of what that is. We would evaluate it, and we'd bring that to council for approval. And there's a maximum of 6% on top of your CPI that's in the contract, and that's typical language that's put in most contracts to account for those kind of things, those unexpected changes. And so that happens once every 3 years.
What's the process, and at what level does that analysis and evaluation happen if there's a request like that?
It comes at staff's level. We review it, and then we recommend to the city manager or city council to approve any changes within that. And I had one other question. There's a whole 3-page section in the agreement for it. I don't want to try and paraphrase it too much, but it's,
Sure. So then again, kind of on what our options are tonight, it sounds like Lynn has some suggestion on what an option would be. Is that accurate?
Well, I have three options, nuclear and two others, or voting on it. I mean, I understand the ramifications, I guess. I'm not asking for a complete overhaul. I'm not asking for anything right now. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking of me. So that's all. So I think we can vote on it. We could say, could you let us look at the other proposals just to make sure we understand? Could you help us pick 10 metrics so we can see practically what it looks like in our neighborhoods? Because that's where we get asked the question, not here. So I think those are kind of the questions. I am just saying I don't have enough information, and I'm highly skeptical that the number matches so precisely. So I can't quite get past that, but I'll work on that. So that for me, I need a little more information. That's where I am.
Drew? I have a question about commercial versus residential. Currently, the commercial, the white bins, the trash is picked up by solid waste. We bill that directly.
Yes.
The organics and the recycling are done by whoever gets that contract.
Correct.
You indicated, even though Caglia was lower, that there was a less service. But I didn't understand what that meant.
Service level.
Service level. What is that? Take me for a walk on that one. I don't understand
Service
that.
level. So I'll just throw out a number. Say there's 2,000 customers in the city of Clovis, and what they propose is they're going to provide service to 1,000 customers. These are just ballpark numbers. These are hypotheticals, right? They're going to provide service to 1,000 customers, and these are the rates that they think they're going to provide. They're going to use 3-yard bins for this customer, 1-yard bins for this customer, 96-gallon toters for this customer, right? They have a whole list of what they think they're going to provide. And so Mid-Valley had, we'll say, closer to 2,000 customers, right? And Republic had closer to 2,000 customers. So they had a higher level of service, meaning they're going to provide service to more customers, whether it's more bins out there, more customer service, more times of service.
I guess I don't understand. Are there 2,000 customers or 1,000 customers?
So it's an estimation at this point, before right sizing, before there's a determination of what the actual service level and the components are needed out there. Each of the contractors provided a projection of the revenue that they thought they would get from servicing those. It's really, it's not part of the competitive part. The costs that are the 60% of our typical bin rates, right? That's the competitive portion of what it costs to collect it. Once the service is determined in the commercial, they theoretically should all be providing the same level of service after right sizing, because right sizing is going to say, well, it's not 1,000, it's not 2,000, it's 1,500 customers, and this is what they need. And then we look at how they provide that service and the cost for that.
So I guess I still don't understand. How can someone bid reasonably on a service level when we're not dictating the service level?
Because we have provided them the current contract.
Okay.
Which is lacking in some respects, where we have to provide more organic services because of SB 1383. And so what the RFP required the contractor to do was just make a projection of what they thought that cost would be. It's a placeholder number. It's not going to be exact. It will be exact once they go through a full analysis. So whoever gets awarded this contract is going to go out there and work with all the commercial businesses along with the city staff and determine what's necessary to serve those businesses. And then the number will be formed off of that final determination. So that's by showing it in the overall cost or the overall revenue is kind of not real. What's real is the service we define, which is the single family residential. You are going to be serving 37,000 homes and organics and recycling. That is a fixed number. We know that. The commercial business is still something that we have to determine as we apply SB 1383.
Would we be wrong to ask staff to come back with a residential and a commercial RFP? I mean, if what you're describing now is the commercial side's still a little bit of a moving target because of the expected service levels, but we know what residential is. And then let me follow up with another question. You indicated IWS, which is a Caglia company, does the large container recycling. Are they still going to be the people doing large container recycling on this contract?
Okay.
Upcoming, regardless of who gets it.
So the first question, council, you can ask for a splitting and the redo of the RFP. That wouldn't be by our direction. I would say this, so we would need a little additional guidance because in a sense, they're both put out there, residential and commercial, and we ask for the best cost. And if you look at this slide, Mid-Valley has provided a better rate than the other two. So they have bid it competitively. So not really understanding what a new RFP would accomplish if the consult or the provider that we're recommending comes in at that competitive. And
before we go to the IWS question, did I misunderstand the level of service issue that we have to discover that? This kind of sounds like when I'm being facetious here, but it was when the Affordable Care Act came forth and we were told, well, how can we decide what to do until we pass it?
It's not really that way. We have a current level of service, and we gave that expectation out in the RFP. They understand that.
But Caglia's was less, and we can't hold them. If they take a loss, they take a loss. I mean,
well, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Once the level of service is determined, the rates that they've proposed are the rates that are going to be charged for the level of service provided.
But we don't know that yet?
Well, they each had an idea based upon our current level.
Okay.
But we have, with the new RFP, and okay, I've been around this tall ways for a while. I hadn't heard of right sizing before. That's the big thing, right sizing. And I think that's because of SB 1383. So we have all these new things. You talk about the next 10 years of what it's going to be. Maybe it's incineration in 5 years and there's no trash pickup. I don't know. But you have all these things we have and we put into the RFP. So there are ideas out there that we suspect that we're going to have to provide additional organic services to these commercial businesses because of SB 1383. As well as looking at their current recycling services, because we're going to go out there and it is going to be a painstaking analysis, working and identifying to make sure each of the commercial businesses and multifamily is being serviced correctly. And that's also the most efficiently and effectively for their own cost. Once that's determined, the playing field's kind of leveled, and then you come down to what they charge per pickup, and it goes back to the 60% rate.
Okay.
The IWS is for large container services, so we don't do those ourselves because we've barely gotten into the front load business, and so IWS has that contract. They would continue to do that contract. It always runs separate, and it is a 3-year contract with 3-year renewals. But it is it's an easier contract to be prepared for and service.
And are they the only competent bidder on that particular contract? Are there other?
No, we've had other bidders too. It's just that they are very, in that arena, they're very competitive.
So, play the devil's advocate. If there's I think a 4 or 6% difference in the commercial rates between Caglia and Mid-Valley. If Caglia had the IWS just raise the rate 6% for the IWS, it's apples and apples. Am I not seeing?
I would look to Scott Cross if you, so first, to do something like that would be a negotiated choice, and then we'd have to go back and talk to the proposer, or Mid-Valley, and say, what does that do? Have they, do these rates, are they melded? How do they work together? Will one affect the other or not? We also would probably need to go back, is Republic then, is that an option too? So we would have to look at, are we looking at entertaining a different way? And then we need a little bit of time to get back to council, and I got to work with Scott to say, okay, what are our options? And I don't want to be speaking out of turn saying, can we go to a strictly pick and negotiate? I believe we can, but that leaves some other things to be desired, because it doesn't look like a fair and competitive process if we just start negotiating. Now, I would say that if we did go that way, or if we did go to a straight bid process, we probably would get better values for the city of Clovis customers. That doesn't mean we're going to get better service. In fact, I would think it's going to be harder to get service. We've looked for the reasonability of these proposals, and we knew the price was going to go up. We put it in the 5-year forecast a year ago. We knew it was going to go up 15 or 20%. We suspected it, which happens to be in line with those, and it's all coincidental from my point of view, but we anticipated an increase in costs because SB 1383 is ornery and so we have a lot of things to address, well, I don't have anything more.
I understand.
Let the record reflect this. I don't know what this means, but that word.
I think my colleagues and I, or at least I think I heard this, that there's at least some interest in bifurcating commercial and residential into separate bids. But I don't know what my colleagues think about that. I just think it's apples and rotten apples. They're different, because you're doing the composting and the recycling. So it's fruit, but it's a little different. And that's kind of where I'm at. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
My turn. Okay. Well, is it fair to say that what you provided us in the agreement is sort of everything that we're looking at? Because that's pretty extensive, what you put in that agreement. Because it showed you looked at everything, and a lot of that stuff was answered and or not answered in the responses to our RFP.
Yeah, so that the agreement was built from our previous agreement, but that wasn't the model for it. We used HF&H's new styles, which was quite complex, and we put Clovis ideas and limitations and requirements and standards and expectations in that agreement, which you'll find that then it kind of is similar to the previous agreement, like the 60% things. So some of these things are the way we've done business, and we've found that it has always been successful.
I say that only to say excellent job on the agreement. That is pretty extensive, and I would invite Republic and Caglia to go, what in that agreement can they do better than what Mid-Valley has responded to? I think that's very fair, and because I don't have the other contract, I don't know, but I trust the 5 to do it. My question is, from what I understand, with regards to the commercial, you wrote in here, the proposals are pretty equal, other than the 6% on Mid-Valley recycling. So in other words, if everything's equal, and if we just looked at what's left, Mid-Valley scores a little bit higher than the other two, but not enough to affect the overall score. My question then goes to the technical, and help me understand, can you go to that technical page, what you were looking at? Because I'm trying to understand why Republic was so low when we looked at the technical. See, it's looking at implementation, they already have, operations, equipment, which they have, public education and customer service. Is that why they scored so low? Because that would outweigh the other two, because they would have to implement, they would have to get the equipment, but Republic's already doing it, so I'm trying to understand how they scored so low on that technical proposal, because that's sort of the big one other than cost, because Mid-Valley was 140, I'm just guessing 143, and then 132, 10 points between Cagley and, but Republic, this part really hurt them, where costs hurt them a lot too, but, this was 35%.
Yeah. So, Republic, you said Republic, right? You were asking
Yes.
Republic, yes. So Republic has had trouble in the last contract fully implementing the requirements of the contract. And so that was taken into account, as well as customer service in the past contract. And so those past practices in regards to implementation and customer service trickled into this evaluation here portion.
Okay. I think that's valid. That helps explain the score. Okay. My next question is, there was a part where exceptions to the proposal of the contract terms, page 120 of the report. And so, is it because they were asking not to do, meaning Republic scored low on this one because they were asking not to do certain things we were requiring, or were they suggesting more things, more innovative things, and we said, yeah, we're not going to look at that yet. So which was it?
No, they weren't innovation. They were more giving the hauler more rights in the agreement to make decisions,
okay.
More unilateral decisions or more mutual decisions in which the city felt, no, that's our decision to direct. There was a lot of language about what constitutes a change in law. So there's a lot of legality stuff in there, and more about they can almost demand rate increases and not necessarily ask for rate increases. It was more of that kind of thing. So there was just a lot of language, suggested legal language like that. Okay. And these are things that they felt in the last contract that they were, shorthanded in the ability to get rate increases when they felt like they wanted to. And so they wanted to assert that in this contract. And so those kinds of things are the reasons we just went, well, that's a lot of exceptions and things we're probably not accepting of.
Okay, got it. Is there ever a 218 in commercial if they go over the 60%? Or that's only in residential?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
The Prop 218 would be the city conducted for the residential single family.
Mm-hmm.
For businesses, we don't collect. It's more like a franchise. I think anything outside of the ordinary, they would have to request that from the city. Am I correct, Scott?
Yeah, Mayor, good question. For the commercial, the city does not impose the fee. The city doesn't charge the fee or collect it.
Right. We just impose limits on what they can charge.
Okay. So if they went 61%, they just can't by contract.
Pardon me?
If they went and charged 61%, they cannot.
60%.
So the 60%
that's a cap.
Okay, so they can never do that.
That's a contractual cap. It's a maximum.
Okay.
So to change that, if they did, they would have to come back through staff to council and ask for a change.
Okay.
So council could always amend the contract and say, okay, we're going to let you go up to 61 or 62, but the contract for all haulers is limited at 60%.
And you're right. On page 346 was the rate adjustment, and it talks about what they can do. So my question on that is, it talks about our laws, our fees, all that stuff. The only question I had in that statement is significant changes in costs not within the control of the contractor. So my question then is, what if the market falls? For example, when I first got on the council, there was China sword.
I was just going to say
that. And so that wasn't us. That wasn't anything it was China, right? So is that something in which Mid-Valley can now come forward and go, hey, that qualifies? Or is it where, no, it's not in the United States. I don't care what the market is, wherever it is in the world. Or is that something they can come back and ask for this 3-year, one-time 6% above the 4%?
So it's absolutely something that would affect them and affect their ability to provide the services, and they could come back. During the China Sword, Republic did ask for those. We went through extensive processes with them, but we needed additional information. I don't believe we changed the rates for them because of that, because they didn't follow the processes and they didn't provide us the necessary background information. But we would absolutely, we understood that the marketplace had changed and that it would have been appropriate to address that in some fashion. I would say staff has been good, maybe not to Republic's advantage over the last 10 years, of making it very difficult for any of those exceptions on that in the one-time adjustments. We have not done that.
And I see in there that there is an appeals process by which if you reject it, they could have came to us within 30 days or something like that.
They never did.
And they never did. Okay. And so that can allow only up to 6% of the contract, which they already get the 4 every year.
They get CPI up to 4.
Oh, up to 4.
So generally CPI runs between 2, 2.5. It's only recently that we see these 3, 4s, 7s, and 8s even. So if it were to go over 4, they would be limited to 4. But our expectation over a 10-year period is about 2.5%. That would be the average over a 10-year period.
And then I was trying to get a value of the yearly compensation, and you put in there a formula that it's $3.40 times every single family, which was 27,000. So the 1,101,000. That's sort of what they're getting every year.
No, I'm not familiar with the formula.
That's a formula I got from your
example
page.
for a CPI increase.
Yeah, that was sort of an example, but that's how they'll get paid.
That's exactly how it would be.
Okay. And then it's that 340 goes up. That's what goes up 3%, 2%, depending on what it is, the CPI.
Based on the example.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And then the commercial, they get paid, and it's shown that potentially $2 million as the example, but then 60% is sort of the max, and then 54% for the recycling.
Right. So if our commercial rates go up 4%, then their rates would essentially go up 4%.
Okay, got it. For the default in the contract, page 352, and so this allows us to get out of the contract, and the 3 I wanted to look at is 2 days of no service. So that's sort of an automatic for us to cancel. And if they didn't go according to their implementation plan, and so and when I look at the implementation plan, I really like that there are yearly reports to you, but I would like that to come to council. It's not in it, but I think especially with so many changes in recycling and organics, it doesn't say it comes to council. It does come to you, but you can make it where it's easier for us to understand. And I just want to be able to see, are they fulfilling what's going on? And regardless of what we decide who gets it, I think we need to add that it must come as a report yearly to us, because they have an annual report in the contract that they have to do. So if we can,
it comes to us, and we can absolutely.
Yeah.
You can direct staff to provide that report to you at any time.
Okay. But I wanted to make it where we're going to forget, so I'll put it where every year.
I'll write a note.
Yeah, it just comes back. I think that's helpful. And then there's a collection program. I just look at it and go, how is it monitored, all these items that are potentially in default? Is this we're waiting for the report, or are we looking at it monthly, quarterly, to see if they're doing what they're saying? Or is it when we get complaints from residents? I want to know that.
We were looking at a complaint daily. We look at the complaints daily. Is it complaints that you just asked about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So daily we're getting complaints logged, we're getting missed logs. They call into our call center, we note it, we send it over to them. They have to reply back showing that they took care of that complaint. And so daily we are looking at complaints and resolutions on items.
Okay. So. With regards to Article 4 with the recycling program, I saw that they list that they'll do 20 educational events, or we're requiring them to do 20. Right. And so I only ask because is that enough, especially with so much that is going on with regards to this new moving and composting, and I worry that we can ramp it up at the beginning and then bring it back down to 20 just because, you know, we're humans. We're not used to moving all these organics into a compost. And so I want the staff to look at that a little bit closer because we're requiring them to do it. But if we don't, they're only going to do 20. They're saying, and as needed in the contract, a lot in the proposal. But in our document, in our exhibits, we list it pretty specifically, and I think it's just not enough. And I think it needs to be more robust. And also with regards to TV, radio, social media, you know, they say they have the capabilities to do Spanish and Hmong. I think we need to demand more and say, go to Hmong TV, go to Indian TV, go to, you know, Spanish radio, because this educational thing is too important in the beginning of this, because we're going to get dinged in the end. You know, the state's going to come down and, okay, why aren't, you know, people throwing things away? So I just want us to beef that up before we sign it and really look at how we can improve the education in all that they provide, TV, radio, social media.
So there is a $200,000 budget for marketing, and so they'll have to provide a plan every year on how they're going to spend that $200,000 towards marketing. We force that they are going to spend that much every single year, and then we, year by year, are looking at what's the plan and where does it need to go this year. So it's set aside that it has to be done.
I think we need to give them guidelines more than, hey, just spend it.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
they will have to put together a plan, and we'll have to approve the plan.
Okay.
Yes.
That's because I think until you hold someone accountable, they can spend $200,000 easily.
Yeah, no, the point of the $200,000 is to make sure that they have accounted for putting that into their budget. So as we're doing it, we're directing it, and we're making sure that that is being actually spent on that. If it's not, for some reason that they do not do all the things that they're supposed to do in their plan, that money will come back to the city for not meeting that requirement.
Okay.
And we do have staff. So a lot of the education materials that we've handed out, we have staff doing a lot of this work too. So they'll do it hand in hand with the contractor in meeting SB 1383. Mm-hmm. So we have a few staff members dedicated now to providing education, media outreach, and programs, so that we're getting out there and getting in with all our residents and the public. And so the contractor is almost a supplement. And so together, you know, we hope to have a really robust program for outreach.
And then they stated in their plan that there'll be a contamination tag and then a letter, right? So when someone's not complying. I think this was something the council was looked at it pretty intently and going, okay, here's the new law, how are we enforcing? I don't know if the tag and then just a letter. I mean, I say not that it won't work. I say it only so that we better work with them closely on this. And I look at the implementation and the sort of how they're going to monitor it, because we're relying on a contractor and it's not us, but yet we are the ones who will pay the bill in the end. And our residents are not going to get angry at Mid-Valley. They're going to get angry at us because they're not looking and going, oh, why is this Mid-Valley, you know, letter saying I'm not separating my compost? So I want us to do that very well.
Absolutely. Those are in the contract because they're best management practices. This is what's typical of a contractor. But yes, even when we started doing SB 1383, we didn't come out of the box swinging. We are still trying through an educational process. We don't want a bunch of residents all upset and arms with us. It's already hard enough telling somebody how to put their organics in the proper containers. So What we have to have by contract is some limitations to give the contractor some guidance. But again, that's something worked with the city, and we can adjust that as necessary. But we need something concrete in the contract.
And then my final comment is sort of what we've been talking about the process. I look at it as long as we give everybody the same time, allow them the same opportunities to question, allow everybody to give us what we want, unless that actual process is unfair, everybody was playing by the same rules. And so that's why I go, and I say to the other two, what in that process did we fail you? So that way we know, or what's wrong with what we gave to your staff, our staff, and said they didn't take this into account. Because other than that, I look at it and I go, I don't need to see everything, because what you wrote in the contract gives me 100% confidence that you were looking out for the residents of the city of Clovis and the program that we're going to do. I think we need to be told what is it that they failed in.
The RFP process, the solicitation was very organized and required a lot of information from these proposers. It outlines what they were supposed to do. So it was incumbent upon them to provide the best value for the service. And so that's what we looked at. So when you say an equal playing field, they all had the opportunity to provide those. They were closed, sealed proposals until we opened them on the date they were due. So they had an opportunity up to that point to provide their best value for the service and to outline all the things that we've gone over on the scoring and the criteria.
And in looking at Mid-Valley's proposal, it was very clear that the RFP was pretty detailed in asking what we wanted, because their proposal addressed quite a bit, with the program, with how they're going to do it. And then if you compare that to the proposed contract, it was even more detailed, because they only said to be determined, as needed. And then we actually gave, the hard numbers now. You need to abide by this number, that number.
You can see when we awarded the consultant proposal in July, it took us a long time to get that RFP out, because it took us months to refine it, a lot of time going back and forth, and ultimately moving it into a staff's realm to make sure that it was exactly what we were trying to get out of this contract.
And my final question is with regards to the education and sort of that applies to commercial and residential. And when you scored the education and the rollout and the programs, you were looking at both. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. And so if you are here to address this item, and if you have any questions or statements, please go ahead and give your name and listen to what you have to say to help us out.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, hold that thought. I have a process question. It's 8:15. A lot of people that are probably going to talk. Let's hope they all don't talk, but you could. And we have two chiefs waiting to do something at the end of this. So we lost about 45 minutes at the beginning. So now it's 8:15. We could talk about this for the 2 hours. Do we want to stay in here, police and fire, at 10:15 and stay here till 11? I want to just adjust before you start talking. I want to hear what we have to say, but from a process perspective, thank you for the interruption. So that's my question. Again, here we are, too much information, not enough time. We could stay till midnight if we want, but that's my question.
I think our city manager can address that, I think, with our police and fire, the potential to move the reports.
Yeah, we're able to move those reports, and we're potentially anticipating needing to move at least one tonight. So if it's council's desire to move both, we can accommodate those at future meetings. I do have a high value of giving those chiefs the time they need to present their presentations and have a constructive conversation.
And I can, so so even hearing one, if it's 11 o'clock, but I don't want to move into another agenda where we're here at 11 having the same conversation. This is important, that is important, but I just don't want them to stay here. I'm sure they're loving every minute of this. Please don't go. But I want to just make sure that you don't stay here another hour and a half and then we go, oh, you know, it's really too late. Government is not good past my bedtime. I'm just kidding. But government is not good after about 10 o'clock. It's not great. So I just wanted to ask you as a process question if we'd like to send the chiefs on their way and reschedule, or what my colleagues' ideas were.
I'm in agreement. I mean, we could even do a special meeting just to do that, and then we can bang out a couple of departments. So I agree, Lynn, that this could be easily 11:30.
Agreed. Good, man. Okay. So based on council direction, we can reschedule those items, but we do need to, I believe, continue those items. I would ask for a date uncertain so that we can schedule those appropriately based on the agenda demand.
Well, we can do that when it comes up. We can let them go.
You can informally give direction and allow the police officers and firefighters to leave, knowing that at the time we get to those agenda items, we'll formally continue.
Okay. Is that the consensus? Informal? Okay.
And I wanted to second what Drew said. If we need to meet again, we could work harder. We could work on another Monday night or Tuesday night or whatever day of the week it is, but I think we could meet again because it's important. And we said, don't rush through it, don't give us 3 slides. So I think it's fair to them. They're ready to do this, but I don't want them to feel like they have 7 minutes to tell us about public safety. That defeats the entire purpose of this work.
Okay.
So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologize, Mr.
Okay.
Kalpakoff. Sorry. Don't go, please.
I want to thank the council for thinking of our staff. So, all right, Mr. Kalpakoff, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Joseph Kalpakoff, owner, CEO, Mid-Valley Disposal. You guys had a great discussion up there. So I wanted to kind of answer. First off, I want to thank staff and their work on putting the RFP out. Allowing us to respond to it, allowing us another week on an extension, having an hour-and-a-half interview to ask detailed questions on our proposal, and then go through a criteria and select us number 1. So we feel great for that. The commercial rates, I want to kind of walk you through on my end what that looks like as a proposer, because it was a little confusing. With your 1,000 customers you have right now, not all of them have recycling. So there's a lot of them that don't have green waste, and there's a lot of them that don't have recycling today. The goal in the RFP was for us to assume some certain level once we went out there and implemented, whether the Carl's Jr. was going to have a 3 cubic yard bin 5 days a week, or they were going to have a 96 gallon once a week, right? Or the smog shop, were they going to get a 2 cubic yard bin recycling 3 days a week, or are they going to get a 96 gallon cart once a week? It was an assumption we did based upon implementing 7 municipal contracts in the last 5 years. We took that approach and applied it to Clovis. Now, we have to sit down with the city during this process, show them what our team did, and they will approve it. They know the smog shop doesn't need a 3 yard bin 5 days a week. The smog shop can get away with a 96 gallon cart. That's what we're going to do. That's how the ultimate revenue number came out, was based on assumptions that we were supposed to provide in the RFP. That revenue number that's shown is an assumption based upon the rates of the 54% of your current rate and the 60% of your organic rate. That's what that is. So once the baseline is established, Mid-Valley Disposal will have a 56% of your recycling rate, which is 54%, which is 6% lower. Councilmember Rashbeck, we've been chamber members for over 15 years. It was in there, and it was probably an oversight that when we filled that out. But yes, and we are. I know that doesn't score as part of the scoring. I want to talk a little bit about our advantage. I want to talk about our rates. Why are our rates so cheap? Right? They're 20% higher than what your current contractor is doing. They're not cheap. They're 20% higher than what they're doing it for today. Mid-Valley Disposal is a unique company. We are the only company, the only bidder that is vertically integrated. What does that mean? We went out and spent $15 million on a compost facility in Kerman. We have permitted capacity. We collect it, we educate, we collect, and we process, and we turn around and we sell the compost. We're the only one here that has that. We also have one of the only MRFs. Cagley has a great MRF. Mid-Valley Disposal has a great MRF. Again, we educate the recycling, we process the recycling, and we sell the recycling. Fully vertically integrated, right? We're the only bidder that has that. And the $7 million grant that we got from Cal Recycle, we said we would pass it on to any community that picked our service to help fill that compost facility, and that's what we've done through our bid. We went out, and I have a great team, an awesome team, who trailed the Republic drivers for 4 weeks. I don't know what any of us did that. We did it. We had clicker counts. We had set out rates down to percentage of how many carts in each neighborhood were out. We used that number to formulate our bid. I don't know if they did that. We have a full-blown education department, a building, 20 recycling coordinators already built in the program. We're going to have to add an additional one and a half to 2 for Clovis, but we have a system that's fully built. We don't have to go restart this. There are 31 franchises, 23 municipalities that are 100% compliant with 1383 that we haul today. Clovis, within probably the first 90 days, if we have enough time to implement, you will be 100% compliant as well. You asked there was a conversation with commercial and residential, right? So the blue cart, I'm going to use $5 because I think it's $4.99. I store $4.99, $4.99. It's my CFO. $4.99 blue cart residential. That's what they're going to pay. That same cart for commercial is 60% higher at $7 and some odd cents. 60%. The other two were a couple 100% higher. It's the same cart, same truck. So if I'm going to neighbors and they have a blue cart and I go pick up the street behind them and I drive through and I pick up neighbors, blue cart, should it be 200-300 times more, or should it be 60% more? It should be 60% more. It shouldn't be hundreds of percent more, right? We used a model of routing that goes through your city, and it'll pick up the small corner retail, and it'll pick up 1,000 homes in Harlan Range. That's the synergies you get of the commercial.
Joe, can you go back to ask the question with regards to that 60% and then 100%?
Yep.
So you're saying yours will be 60% more, but then by contract, even if they wrote in there 200%, they can only charge 60% more. Is that correct?
I looked at the rates that were provided by staff, and my rate was $7 and something cents, and theirs was $23, right, for the cart?
Oh, okay. Yeah. The cart.
The cart.
Yeah.
That cart rate, which there was a question, why is that cart rate so low?
Okay.
Right? And now I'm explaining
That's
that. The single cart rate for commercial, right there, $7.90. It's $4.99 for a residential. That make sense? The other bidders are $23.23. So essentially, that much higher. That's why the beauty of having the residential and the commercial go together. There's synergies that go with that. Again, family company, been in the Valley for 27 years, have established a great track record. I've lived in Clovis for 20 plus years. I'll find out. I'm back in the sphere of influence tonight. Thank you, by the way. Andy will get some water out there eventually. But we were here 10 years ago. We bid it. It was 590 points to 589 points, and we didn't get it. We worked harder. We adjusted everything we could. I'm using trucks that I ordered in 23 that are just coming in this year. in '23. I have 50 trucks on order. I'll have 12 in the next 90 days, ready to go for August. They just pulled the EV mandate off, which is great, by the way. Congratulations. So that's not going to affect us in the future as well. Okay. With that, any other questions? I'm up here.
Two.
Yes, ma'am.
Convinced me not to be skeptical that your bid was exactly the revenue.
I have no idea. I don't know how you get your revenue. If it's a projected revenue, I have no idea how to do that. We went in and we took each mile, each minute, and divided into the 11 trucks, the residential trucks, and divided it by how much waste we're going to get. We have an assumption that the city gave us on the green waste, the recycling. We anticipated a little bit more with our education and outreach. We anticipated a little heavier with food waste going in there. We anticipated these things. That's 100% coincidence. I don't think I have to say anything more than that. I didn't have the number.
Okay.
I mean, if I had the number, if it was posted and I used it, but
okay.
There's no correlation.
I believe it's a genuine skepticism. So I'm not suggesting anything about anything. I'm like, I watch a lot of Law and Order, and that's how this stuff works out. So I just want to make sure that this is what we got. So, all right. Another question. This is practical. This is why I complain about Republic sometimes. What do your drivers do when my blue toter might be a little full, and when you do whatever you do and it goes in your truck and some spills on the road? Do you drive away? Do you get out? Do you write me a letter? What do you do?
It's addressed in the franchise.
I know. Can you say what you do?
What?
Can you tell me what you do?
We pick it up.
You get out of your truck and you will pick it up.
We'll pick it up. Absolutely. There's only so much I can go in a 96-gallon cart.
Oh, I do very well. No, I'm just
use
kidding.
cardboard on the sides.
Just kidding. But I mean, I think practically speaking, that's what neighbors. That's what neighbors.
We're here to provide
judge
a service
on that. And part of the Clovis thing, that whatever that is Clovis has really super high expectations for schools and police and hopefully us. And sometimes we live up to it, and sometimes we don't. But we try. So I think that's the question. That's
I live
the
here.
heart. I understand, but I mean for people to understand that's the most visible expression of I care about the business, and I care about the community, and I'm going to pick it up. So I just wanted to hear you describe.
Well, you have me, my CFO, head of our recycling department, head of our fleet department, all live in Clovis, and you'll have a lot of eyes watching our trucks and the community.
It's probably a small question in a $5 million engagement, but it's the practical side of trash that people see in their neighborhoods. And the more you leave, the more you get. The more you get, the more people leave, and it goes like that. So I just wanted to hear your answer. So thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Joe, I had a question with regards to what your proposal is. I don't want to see, even if it's China sword again, because, we were tough. We stood our ground. Where next year you're already back and creating something, and then in that language, that part I said, hey, things out of our control, and asking for 6% already, because as long as you're going, hey, we're going to be able to operate according to the contract with the CPI, and as long as we're not implementing any extra fees, I want some assurances.
You have my assurance right now, and you also have staff's assurance. They've called probably. First of all, I had to list every franchise agreement I had. I didn't get to pick which ones they called. I list all 31 of them. I don't know who they called. But except for 1383, there's not been an ask above anything else, any time in my mid-values disposals, 97 or 27 years in business.
And then you made a statement earlier that you assure us that we will be 100% compliant with that 1383. So you
except for food recovery, which Glenn's on, we don't do food recovery, but recycling outreach.
Yeah.
The computers are in our trucks, the cameras that are in our trucks. We do route reviews, route audits, everything that's required.
And how has the other communities, with regards to a tag and a letter, how?
It starts with a
give us some of
a camera and a letter. That's the first, that's the new way of doing it, right? Because we can send a picture of what's contaminated inside of their bin when we dump it. And we can highlight it.
And people have been compliant?
Yeah, they do. Okay. They understand that there's a lot of education out there. The market changes on recycling. It's not. I wish we process 100% of what we collect in the blue card. That's not. There's a lot of stuff out there that's non-recyclable that people make, and they have recycling logos on there, right? So we look at what we don't want, and there's plastic in the green waste, right? Mm-hmm. Furniture in the blue card, the big items.
Okay, thank you.
Vaughn,
yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Joe, I have a question. If I have to assume that when you bid the residential and the business, there's an economy of scale that affects both numbers. I believe in supporting local businesses. If we, as a council, decided that we were going to go with another vendor for the business side, does that lack of economy of scale, does that majorly adversely affect your bottom line?
We would have to look how major it would be, but it certainly will. As I mentioned earlier, there are synergies within the business side that help offset the residential, and the residential that offset because you're using the same truck to pick those up, if that makes sense.
And I realize that we didn't ask that to be bid separately, so that's potentially a problem that we should have anticipated, but that just came from the council to staff tonight, so it's not your fault. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, we were still lowest bid on the commercial as well.
Any other questions of Mr. Calvo? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to address the council, please?
Good evening. I'll try to make it quick. It's getting late. I've been up since 3 a.m. Thank you for your time. My name is Oni Elizondo. I'm currently a public service employee. I reside in the city of Clovis. I've been living here for 15 years. I'm proud to call this beautiful city home. Every place you look, it's clean, people are respectful. There's a certain level that people expect when you come to Clovis. Where I've chosen to raise my family, I am honored to serve in the community where I live. Republic Services has maintained and sustained traditions. Clovis doesn't like change, I can tell you that. Very old school mentality, hardworking, and they support tradition. This town is rich in tradition. Keeping our city clean and safe. We provide service to families just like mine, an important organization that depend on service like schools that my children attended, and my many houses and different types of worship, the police and firefighters that we have of utmost respect for. Republic Service is more than a job. It is the center of my life and in the livelihood of my family, and a vital part of this great city of Clovis. Every weekend when I go grocery shopping, I look in the commercials, properties, I see Republic Service bins. And it brings great joy to my soul that I get to wear this uniform and this shield over my heart. As I walk through my community, I'm reminded the importance of my job and my colleagues. Every time I see commercial bins, residential carts, they proudly display the Republic Services logo. The logo represents commitment to keeping one of the best cities in the Central Valley safe and clean. Our presence in the community for over 30 years is historic and tradition. Every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, every holiday, there's families that are outside and they see the big blue trucks come in, service it, kids wave. Some of you may have been young 30 years ago here in the city and you wait for the garbage guy to go by and you wave and they wave back, or you want to see the truck, they let you see the truck. Well, those are Republic Service trucks for 35 years. 30 years has deepened its roots and made a connection with many Clovis residents, neighbors, local businesses, homeowners. I look forward to seeing the young faces of children waving as we drive eager to greet them many men and women that service the city for years. It's become an intricate part of City of Clovis tradition to see Republic big blue sanitation trucks through its city streets, and our relentless work ethic, dedication, and professionalism. It's an honor to live in Clovis, 15 years. It's a privilege to be in such a beautiful city that takes great pride in cleanliness, safety, its police, its church, its firemen, its city council. And I look forward and I hope that Republic Services can continue to be a service to our beautiful city and community. Thank you.
Any questions?
I still wave at you, and I'm not little. I still wave. And thanks for those who wave back to me.
And if someone, my question for Republic is, how many in the yellow shirts will lose a job? Can you let us know that number? 18?
Hi, Mayor and Councilman and everybody else. I was going to get to that. There was a lot of questions, a lot of good information from over there. You know, what are we trying to accomplish, you know? The only difference is you're going to see a different truck going by.
Can you give your name just so
I'm sorry, Tony Sandoval. Yes, I've been with Public Services for a little bit over a year. I was with my prior employer for 22 years. And to answer that question, probably over 22 people will be affected. So, Republic, you know, we got union brothers and sisters here, so we're union. They have great pay. They have gives us a great quality of life. Like I said, a year ago I went through this transition, so over 22 people here, and I see a lot of I'm the old guy now, you know what I mean, at the company. At one time I was a young guy. I see a lot of young guys, you know, now that, you know, talking to them, a lot of them are starting their families, having kids, you know, and Republic Services providing a great career with great benefits, and all that's going to be affected. And I just went through it about a year and a half ago, and it's tough on everybody, the family, the kids, your friends, your social, everything. And so the only difference, and a lot of the question was about the cost and everything. Well, Republic Services, they provide, like I said, great pay. You know, we're union, great health, dental, vision, retirement. I mean, that's something that, I mean, without due respect, I have family that works at the other companies that were, and the pay is not that great, the retirement is not that great. So, yeah, just, you know, just hold your heart, and when you guys drop the gavel, think about those 22 families that are going to be affected. So, okay. Any questions? No?
I do have a question, and maybe this is for the other, Mr. Kalbakoff or others, but what is in this industry when one company loses a contract and the other company gets it? What's the likelihood that you'd be hired by because the new company must need more drivers? I don't know how that works, but what's your view? And then maybe Mr. Kalbakoff, you could answer that when they're done. But how does that work in your industry?
Can somebody answer that? Somebody that's gone through, yeah?
All right.
But you guys know that old saying, I know somebody that can do it cheaper.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval.
My name is Jerry Mendez. I've been in Republic Service for 6 years, and been doing the city of Clovis for a year and a half. I'm a front loader. Since I started doing front load, I became a trainer. And what hurts me the most right now is that I trained the guy that was just speaking, a gentleman right here, and there's two others that I trained. And these are young men, except for the guy that was talking. They came to a family where we have 401k insurance, and just a lot of good stuff. And it just bothers me that, you know, this contract's gonna come to an end after we've been having it for so many years. And I understand, you know, they have to change, but I just want you guys to know that there's gonna be like 22 people that are gonna be affected in this change, and that's really gonna hurt. That's really gonna hurt. And some of these guys that I trained, you know, they tell me they barely had started, you know, their wives were pregnant. They barely bought a house, you know, and now I feel for them because they might not have a job, you know. So I just want you to keep in mind that, you know, we're public. Hey, we're out there, and I think we're the best, you know. So thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for having us here. My name is Patricia Herrera, and I'm the Operations Manager for Republic Services in Fresno. And I just want to state that, yes, while change is not necessarily a bad thing, Republic Services has serviced the community of Clovis for over 30 years. I have drivers who have worked in the city of Clovis that have been with Republic for 37 years. So literally their entire career, you know, within a few years of it, they have worked in Clovis for the entire contract, for the time that we've held it. Yes, we are a union shop, and while I too support local businesses, I also support families. I also support hardworking people. My drivers, you see them here, they started work at 4 and 5 this morning, and yet they're dedicated to be here, just like Republic has been dedicated to Clovis for all these years. We do have a good rate of pay. They do have great health benefits, and if we lose this contract, again, 18 to 22 people lose a company who pays 90% of their health care for them and their families. Again, we are all dedicated. I myself started there as a customer service rep. I've been there 28 years. I have been dedicated to Clovis from day one. As a customer service rep, I would field calls. As a dispatcher, I would conduct the drivers on where to go and make sure Clovis routes got done. As a route supervisor for 19 years, I was out there in the trucks with the drivers, making sure that while they're in Clovis, while they're in any of our communities that we service, that Republic drivers are the safest ones out there on the road next to your wife, my mom, right? And now I'm operations manager, and every day we meet. We have meetings about missed pickups for Clovis. We have meetings about driver's hours for Clovis because, and not in the way you may think, but driver's hours because we care about our drivers' mental health. We care about their work-life balance. So every day we hold meetings with the staff, with the office staff, and go over different topics pertaining to Clovis, pertaining to your community, the community that we have pridefully served for over 30 years. And I just wanted to give you a little snippet of how dedicated, because I know, and you're correct, some management has changed, but some of us, some drivers, myself, we've been dedicated to Clovis for the entirety of the time that we've held the contract. And I thank you for the opportunity to get to express that to you tonight.
Thank you, Patricia. You have a question?
Yeah, Patricia, could I just ask you to, you might be the right person, because some of the conversation that went on tonight specifically about Republica's challenges that you guys have faced in the last handful of years, and that there have been some changes most recently that might have provided some improvement in those situations. I can speak as one council member. I have had a number of constituents reach out with concerns about the reliability of the service. And so if you could maybe just address that briefly about what that situation has been over the recent years, and maybe what would be expected from, you know, any changes that might have improved that and going forward.
Sure. So everybody during COVID struggled. We were no different, and I will not deny. What I will say is, in my opinion, and just from conducting business day to day, that was the only time that we truly struggled, and not just with Clovis, right? We struggled with our other contracts, but, you know, all of you and them held in, and we made it better. Before COVID, after COVID, we have continued to serve. So that's the only time that I feel we really struggled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to time myself because I know we have a lot of people speaking, and I want to give everyone an opportunity. My name is Ashley Colley. I am the Municipal Manager for Republic Services here in Clovis. As you've heard tonight, we have a 30-year history with the City of Clovis, and we are very proud to continue that legacy. I know you have a lot of big decisions to make, so I'll try to make this brief. We do ask you to please, with this being such a large and important contract, to really weigh your options here and listen to everyone's feedback. So one of the things I wanted to address just going into this is about pricing and offerings. So it's no secret, members of the selection committee and members of Clovis City staff has been well aware and very understanding of the fact that Republic Services has been operating deeply underwater for this contract for almost 10 years. We have not been making a profit. It's been very expensive, and we have not come to council to ask for an extraordinary rate increase. That comes from a multitude of reasons, but we're very proud of the relationship we have with Clovis, and we do not want to lose this contract. In addition to this, we did not try to make up for lost revenue in our rates here. I know they look big. I encourage you to look at the actual numbers and not the percentages. We are the only company here that has been servicing this city day in, day out for years. We know the businesses that are here, we know the residents, we know the demands and challenges, and the pricing we gave you was reflective of the cost of doing business here and giving you a stellar package of what we think we can do to get you fully compliant with 1383, which we have not been doing. We have a lot of backing nationally. We've implemented 1383 in other municipalities, and we can do that for you. For us, we would love the opportunity to give another go at this, to sharpen our pencil however the council sees. Unfortunately, the selection committee did a great job, but for us, we didn't know which factors the committee was going to weigh the most. So one example is the city asked for a 75% diversion rate, and we thought, great, we could take all of your material to our facility in Newby. It's one of the best in the country, and we have really sharp control over that. But with pricing more of a priority, maybe we can rebid this to you and take it somewhere locally, and that definitely could contribute to the pricing going down. But the bottom line here is this price was influenced by what we know is the cost of doing business here. Secondly, there has been some conversation about our service, and I would just like to touch on that a little bit. So every year, as a part of our agreement with the city, we are required to send out a survey through a different company. We contract with them, they do it, and they do a sampling of Clovis residents to ask them questions about how we're doing. This year, it followed a similar trend that we have seen, where we had a net positive rating at 94%, with the question asked, rate your feelings. I'm not going to say the exact term question, but it was something like, rate your feelings about your waste collection and green waste, or recycling and green waste collection service. The majority of those respondents put us at excellent, which was the highest tier. And we have had that similar response for the previous years. Additionally, we went through all of the service escalations that the city received last year, as well as our own. And we still are coming out with a 99.95 pickup reliability rate. Keep in mind that we service over 78,000 lifts in your city each week. So we know what it takes. I know some frustrated calls are valid. No residents' complaints should be cast aside, but we're still doing really well with reliability and pickup. Finally, the third point is that we don't want you to feel rushed on this. We're willing to negotiate temporary extensions. We've indicated that. In whatever, if we are allowed, we are humbly asking for this, to present something else to you. Of course, we'll address Proposition 218 in that, now understanding that it's important to the city. With that said, we love your city. I hope our presence here has shown you that, and thank you for your time.
Ashley, I had a question with regards to your pricing. Do you feel like it will go down, or you cannot go down? That's sort of your, because that was the biggest factor according to the information that we received. So I think it's something we can't overlook.
Agreed. Admittedly, we wanted to give Clovis the best package we could. So we gave what we thought was the best package for what it was asking for SB 1383 compliance and doing everything. So we would like the opportunity to resharpen our pencil and bring it down. But it like I said, we gave you the stellar price option.
And my next question is, did you read their proposal at least, because it was in the package? I mean, what are you going to give, meaning Republic, above and beyond what was presented? So that way we can go, hey, they said they would do this, we would do that instead. I mean, I need something to chew on. Because if there isn't, then it's sort of, oh, well, they said 10 things, we'll give you 15, and here it is. Because that's something I think I need to hear, because you Caglia and Republic has their proposal now in front, and it's from last Thursday, so there has to be something for you to give us.
Mayor, I completely understand. I don't want to publicly disparage a competitor or be on the record right now, but well,
above and beyond, not that you're going to put them down for. Yeah. So I mean,
Well, again, we were looking for the opportunity to present that to you. We have everything from EV trucks to how we do route reviews. We did present it that way, a dedicated person, et cetera, but I feel like that's kind of getting into the really complicated weeds.
I understand. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, or good evening, everybody. I work the same hours as you guys do, so yeah, I get confused there. My name is Steve Sharp. I'm the president, Teamsters Local 431 here in Fresno. I represent my brothers and sisters. As a Teamster, I just came here. They mean everything to me, so I came here to support them tonight. And kind of to their point, I want, the council to look at this and not just take these bids. Understand that these are better trained employees than anybody you're going to get anywhere else. You can look at their safety record in the city. Much like our UPS employees, they receive better training as opposed to your Amazon guys or FedEx guys. Certainly their wages, their benefit package, and their pension. These members have something to work for, a retirement, which we all work for, right? We want to get through our career, we want to retire and live a good life. That is what Republic Services and the Teamsters provide for them. And this is hard for me to say, and you won't hear from a Teamster very often, but this management team has turned this thing around. I was there helping, watching everything go on when they were struggling, and hats off to them. They've done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Herman Hernandez. I'm the General Manager of Republic Services. And like you heard before, all these employees you see here are here on their own accord. They're not being paid. They're not an hour. Some of them have been here since 4 in the morning. I've been in the industry over 25 years. I've been in a lot of proposals, a lot of RFPs. I agree that pricing and service is top-notch and would need to be looked at. However, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the refuse industry is the fourth most dangerous job in the United States. It's very dangerous, not only for the drivers, for the employees, but the communities. Republic Services, safety is our number one priority. We never compromise anything besides that. Our drivers are trained. They have intensive training, OSHA compliance. The supervisors do in-cabs observations. I mean, we have out-of-service criteria. If our backup camera stops working for whatever reason, we don't move the truck. Why? Because backing is the number one incidents, accidents, fatalities that happen. And we never want to compromise anybody in any of our communities or in the city of Clovis. So though I do agree that pricing and service is there, safety is top-notch. And a lot of contracts that I've seen, the weighted has always been safety. And our safety, again, is something that we, ourselves, our employees, pride ourselves on. And I'm not talking about Republic Services as a company, which we do, but I'm talking about our local office here, our employees. Our safety is prestige. We have safety boards. We just have the medals, and the employees are the ones that own that, from the mechanics to the drivers to the supervisors. Everybody's subject to safety. And I would hate for anything to be chosen just because of a price or because of a service and have anything happen here in the city of Clovis because we looked at price and not safety. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Any questions for Herman?
I'll just ask you the same question that I asked Mid-Valley. Again, not a criteria, but can you talk about your community involvement? I know you clean up after rodeo parades and all of that, but can you talk at all about what Republic does in our community, aside from what individuals do in their own life, but what the company does in our community?
Education, we look at recycling champions out in the community with customers. I know that we just recently started looking at quarterly recycling customers, championizing them instead of yearly. So it's something that we want to make sure that we condone and we get out there in the communities and award, working with the schools, making sure that we're involved in events. And the question was asked earlier about the difference and something that maybe we can come back with. Republic Services is open to discuss and negotiate, and into our proposal, EV trucks. I think that that's state of the art here in the city of Clovis, and we're open to discuss that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council member, if I may interject, yes, we are also a member of the chamber. We go to the events. We sponsor events.
Sorry, that's like the benchmark, but it's one example I could think of. Thank you.
Anyone else from Republic? Okay. Okay.
Hello. My name is Moses Perez. I live at 2570 Mitchell. Been there for about 10 years. Been a current employee of Republic for 23, almost 24 years. I've met Councilmember Drew. He's out there giving me Christmas gifts. I appreciate it. So when I know staff was saying that there's a high rate turnover management in the past, yes, but driver-wise, I would say no. 23, 18, 19. So yeah, we're here. We've been here. I don't know what else to tell you, but it'd be a pleasure to continue our service, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Can I get a show of hands, at least for me? How many of you actually do routes in Clovis? Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, anyone else? Cagley, did you want to? Cagley, Environmental. Oh.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Richard Cagley, Cagley Environmental. I didn't bring my notebook up here with my list of things that I was going to talk about because most of those points, if not all of them, have already been made by Mid-Valley Disposal and Republic Services as far as how we treat our employees. The only thing that I can't say is that I have 30 other cities under my belt. That's a lot. The staff pointed out the fact that Mid-Valley Disposal is the largest hauling company in the Central Valley. They also noted that we have exceptional customer service and we have a good bandwidth of business and professionals working for us as well. I think the things that really, we haven't received any grant money either. But I can say that we are vertically integrated as well. On the composting side, we have multiple vendors that we have the ability to use that we bid with, as well as processing them ourselves on site with a hammer mill. I was also going to help clarify the issues that some of you had with the right sizing of commercial businesses, because that's very fluid. We did have to assume certain numbers. And you also brought up kind of a policy-making decision about potentially dividing these contracts between residential and commercial. I think one of you asked the question about how is it weighted within your company between the two. Well, we actually had to sign an affidavit that says our residential business stands alone from our commercial, and the commercial stands alone from residential. And you look at some big numbers up there, 20%, 60%, 79%. Let's put that down into dollars. You had two bidders that were really, really, really close. On the commercial side, so close that they didn't even give you the details. But on the residential side, it's like less than $2 a household. So I would actually consider the Cagley bid the most lowest responsible bid. And on the commercial side, when it came to just a slight edge on the recycling, I can't hedge my bet on the recycling market like Republic did in the previous contract. They spoke about that tonight. They had an opportunity to come forward to you, make a case. They chose not to. I can't speak to that. As far as how we take care of our employees, Republic spoke to that as well. Our employees love us. We love them. We treat them like family. I think some of the things that differentiate our proposal compared to the others is there were a lot of value-added services in our RFP that did not get put on the board for you tonight, so that might be good for you to see as well. We have deep civic engagement with the communities we serve, especially in Clovis. I don't think I even need to speak to the details of that. I would hope not. You know me, I know you. You've known my family for a long time. We have a very good reputation, and we've been around for a very long time. As far as our customer service, it's exceptional. We've actually received contracts that some of these companies in this room have actually had, and they brought us back because our customer service was better. I don't have to worry about 30 other cities. Now, I can imagine what the cash flow is like with 30 other cities. That's pretty good. But in terms of customer service and civic engagement, the value offered services that we put in our RFP that weren't espoused, and from a policy perspective about the residential and the commercial and the affidavit that we had to sign that they stand alone, I think those are some things you considered. I think you're on the right path. And yes, for a council to take in as much information as you did tonight, for all the considerations that you have to go through your mind and the questions you have to make up on the fly to decide whether you're going to make a policy decision and make an adjustment or not, that's a lot. I mean, we've been doing it for decades and decades. Some of the professionals we have working for us longer than me. I've migrated across several different business sectors. So I've got a broad scope of experience in customer service. And that's our number one goal, is customer service. So I would have the same answer to any question that you've already asked the other haulers. If you come up with something different, 451-1117. Call me. That's my cell. I don't even mind giving every single customer my cell phone, just like I did in Madera County. You get calls, you give them to me. That's customer service. Our heart's in the community. Most of us live in the city of Clovis. I do not. I'm going to definitely purchase an office in downtown Clovis. I believe we put that in our proposal as well, but I have to toot my own horn up here for just a second. Staff, I love you guys. You guys are great. But things were so close that I really think you're on the cusp of a really good decision from a policy perspective. I've been on a board like you're sitting on a board. I've had to make decisions like this. Do you go with the PLA or do you not go with the PLA on a, there's really tough decisions that come before the dais. I've sat in your seat before. I'm glad to be off that board now. But that's about all I can say right now. And if I have any other questions then during the next phase of this process, we're going to reach out to you as well. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions for Mr. Kane? Okay. No. Thank you, Richard. Anyone else speak on this? Okay. Seeing none, I think we had one question for Mr. Kalpikoff, right? With regards to the jobs and employment. Yeah. And so we wanted to see what's the industry.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ashbeck was right. We need employees. We are going to have to hire employees. It's in our proposal that we are going to hire employees. I want to let you know that we have transitioned to franchise agreements in the last 3 years with Republic Services. They are a great company, by the way. And we've coordinated both employees, customer lists, and all that has to do with a large transition. So we do have experience with this local team here. And there may be drivers that are affected. We don't know today. They have another operations in Fresno. They've got one in Salinas. They may transfer some of their employees to other openings that they do have. If we will offer any employee that's affected by this transition, full-time employment with our company.
Okay. Any questions, Lynn?
No, I guess, Cagley, would you say the same thing? Okay, all right.
Rich says the same.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys are really way too friendly. This is way too hard.
Okay, anyone else address the council? Okay.
That you were friendly?
We heard that Cagley will also employ anyone who's unemployed because of potential decision.
And Mr. Mayor, this is Keith Esther, General Manager. I'll put that on the record, that we will be doing the same thing. I'm the old guy here. I've been in this industry for 40 years, and I started with BFI, transitioned to Allied Waste, transitioned to Republic Service, and me and my team were the ones who initially rolled out this program, right, Scott? The very beginning program, recycling, green waste, and before I left, did you have any issues with our service?
He's asking.
Would you like me to answer that, Council?
Please go.
Yes, they used to be Allied Waste. Keith has been around, and he is exceptional.
Okay.
Community, you mentioned that. We didn't just join the chamber, and now, because I got a chance to make a buck in Clovis, I'm going to get involved. I've been on the chamber board for 8 years. I was a chair, past chair. I'm on the Government Affairs Committee right now at the chamber. I helped put the endorsement through to get your 1% sales tax that we fully embraced. Same thing for Clovis, the Measure A. Same thing for Prop 36. I'm on there with Todd Cook, Surratt, a multiple of people who are leaders in this community. And they look to us to make those policy decisions. And not because I'm doing it to get a contract, but because I live here. I have a vested interest in the businesses here as well. Some of you were at the Salute to Business the other day, right? Rich Cagley got the Businessman of the Year, business person, of the year. Honesty, integrity, dedication to the community, dedication to his customers. You got Corey Stone sitting here, and he's was the chair. Now he's the past chair. I think you saw him up there too, one of our employees. Jennifer Joaquin, the Ambassador of the Year. Ooh, our employee. We're very dedicated to this community and have been for a long time. And you can check our track record on that. I appreciate your consideration. I do think you're smart. Go back, take a look at some of the numbers on the exhibits. Look at those proposals really well. Look at the stuff that Rich said was a good idea to look at in terms of the additional value-added things that we give. But again, I would pay super close attention to those exhibits. Scott knows what it costs to run a truck. He does. I would compare Mid-Valley's cost of operations of running a truck to what you actually do in your own fleet. He's gonna say he can do it. He wants to get in here. And you're gonna hold him to it. I know you are. You'll make him eat it. But I'm saying from a sensible standpoint, I mean, come on. I would take a look at that. Look at ours. We proposed more trucks because we know what it takes. We followed people. We didn't just follow the routes. We visited all the sites. And this is Rob Emerson, our director of collections, who used to be the operations manager at Republic. He looked at everything. Our maintenance manager, Javier Camacho, making sure there's not oil dripped all over the streets like we see here now. We didn't do that with my team. My team's Caglia. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion and bring it back to the council. Council, any further questions? And what's our pleasure here? Okay. Councilman Vasco.
For me, I just would like to see the other proposals that were put out there. There's been, I mean, as far as the residential goes and the numbers, okay, that's low, and I'm good with that. But the commercial side of things, I do think that we should be able to see those numbers. There's three bidders that came in, and because this is such a big contract, and just to have one set of documents provided to us and not really be able to, dig into that. I know that that's not typically normal, but this is kind of, this hasn't happened in 10 years. So, from my perspective, I would like to see the three proposals and at least be able to go through those two. I really don't have any problem with the residential side of things. My things on the commercial side is, we have somebody saying they could do it a little cheaper, and then, 56 versus 60. I don't know what those numbers mean, but, I know it's affecting a lot of different businesses and how we go forward with that. So that would be, at least I would like to see that. If it takes a week, just, a little bit more time to look at that, I would want that.
Well, I said that from the start. I don't feel any differently. I don't even need the whole thing. I just need 10 metrics. Give me the top line things I'm going to judge. Number of trucks or whatever Keith just said, whatever. I mean, the metrics that you think matter the most to the city of Clovis. Because I'm not convinced it's price. There's some saying in marketing that I can't quite get right, but you can have price, quality, or service. You can pick 2 out of the 3, but you can't have all 3. So I just want to make sure that we don't pick on the price and then down the road are sorry that because the service isn't what we thought. Or I want to see reliability. I didn't know you measured reliability. So what do those numbers look like? So you can summarize the reports, or I'd love to see the other 2. I felt a real disadvantage to just read the Mid-Valley proposal. So I said that from the start, and I don't feel any different about that. So I'm not prepared to vote today. If I have to vote today, I will vote no, because I don't think I have enough information. So I'd be in favor of continuing it for a week. Let us take a look, a summary, the whole thing, whatever is easier, and then we'll be more informed, I think, to make a decision.
Any other comments?
Is there, just for my colleagues, is there any thought on us approving the residential tonight and having them come back with the business, or just do them both when we do it later? I don't know.
Scott, you wanted to interject with that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would hesitate on that. First of all, I'm not sure Mid-Valley would want that going forward, because it sounds like they were combining efficiencies, but we don't know how they specifically proposed in the contract, and the contract is commingled, so to speak. Yeah, that's a trash term. It's combined, so it's a collective, and so that's how we've always done it. We didn't change that process, that we were looking for one provider, the best and the best price, and so the RFP is written so that they're combined. So I'm not sure that you can peel those out separately at this point in time without going through the effort.
I believe Rich said that when they were bid, they were standalone, residential, commercial. Is that inaccurate?
Yeah, you addressed it.
Yeah, so the requirement was that the rates the cost centers were sustainable and stand on their own, not stand on their own. I don't want to say that. They are sustainable, and they're not, one's not subsidizing the other. But that doesn't mean that there's efficiencies and scale of economy that ties the both together to the lower rate. So you can't just peel one off and think that the other one's going to stay the same rate. It may go up because of that. But, you know, one is not subsidizing the other. They are both sharing the overhead costs. Does that make more sense?
No, you explained that perfectly. Thank you.
Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two sides to the same coin of having additional information and kind of the 10 metrics idea that Councilmember Ashbeck asked for, because what I'm looking for is confidence in my vote, in what this decision is and how I come down on it. And I feel like not only is additional information helpful to see, you know, anything that the other companies brought forward as far as value added or anything like that, but also if it really is the Mid-Valley proposal that is best when we look at those metrics or what have you, I want to be confident in that as well to benefit them. So there isn't any questions on the backside of, you know, what were the real apples to apples or anything like that. I think they would deserve that same type of consideration. I do want to take just one moment and say to all of the employees who are here tonight, obviously we can see the Republic employees, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to show up here tonight. Thank you to the Caglia employees who are here tonight. Thank you to the Mid-Valley employees who are here tonight, because this is what we talk about when we talk about this city and the Clovis way of life. We talk often about whether it's our public utilities department collecting the solid waste from residences, or the trash trucks that go out and collect the organics and the recycling and the commercial. You guys are the face of our community, and we do appreciate that. So I just want to acknowledge those of you who took extra time to be here tonight, regardless of which company you're with. This is a huge decision that we're going to make, and it's going to affect people no matter what company that you're with. And I just want you to know that I respect that, and I thank you very much for doing that. So then kind of back to the question, and I'm sure that is reflected by my colleagues. I won't speak for them, but I think I know them well enough to know that they appreciate that as well. So whatever the actual decision is here, it does sound like maybe there's some consensus to take a little more time to gather more information. Again, I see that as a positive regardless of which way this goes. I'm not looking to delay any implementations or issues that might cause for staff. I very, very much appreciate the work that you guys put into it from the start of the RFP through all of this, and in a sense kind of to support my respect for the work that you guys have done and the effort that you put into this. I want to make sure that in addition to believing and trusting that you guys did your due diligence and did it all well, I want to be able to take responsibility for the vote that I cast on this and have the confidence that we really are doing what's in the best interest of the city, of the community, and of the companies that took the time to put in their proposals as well.
My issue with, we'll state it and you can kind of address. My issue with what we are proposing is, what new thing, other than it not being in front of us, are we asking so that way it'll show a score? Oh, involvement in community, we didn't put that one in? Okay, then that means we have to allow all three to do that. Staff compensation, you know, who's paying them the best with the package. So in other words, I look at it and I go, other than delay and more information for us, I don't think it's going to change your recommendation other than, okay, we got to put more stuff for council. So I would like us to sort of give more direction as in, hey, when you go back, you know, there can be 10, there can be 50, there can be 100 things that you are looking at. So I just want us to be able to, like, what more other than do we just want the proposals? And so am I confusing the understanding?
I don't think you can go back and say, hey, go redo the RFPs or anything on this. We're just saying, what I'm just saying is, I would just like to see the other two proposals, because we have one company saying they're coming in cheaper on commercial and that they can provide the service, and we have one company who is significantly cheaper on the residential side that's saying they also can, but then I got one company saying they have an affidavit that says those stand alone, and then I have another, you know, staff saying no, they really don't. They kind of go together. So it just kind of convolutes things just a little bit. That's where I'm coming from. I just would like to be able to see the documents and say, okay, I understand it. I may not understand it when it's all said and done.
Mayor, can I speak to some of this? There is, of course, some confusion in an open setting like this, so I apologize. What staff would need is, if we were to come up with 10 criteria, 10 whatever, to bring back to council, we would need guidance. Or do you just want us to pick out 10 things out of the RFPs that are similar and give them to you? Do you want staff to provide some guidance or rating or judgment on those things?
Just give me the report. I'll pick my 10. I'll do it myself.
Because I was going to say that if you get to value added, then council will need to make the determination of it, is it value needed? And so we can pick those things out. We can go and say, hey, there's these value added things, and staff has reviewed those things, and they're great. But if we don't need those, is that something that affects the contract? I don't know. So we can just provide you 10 things.
You can just give me, for me, I'm happy to read the report. I'm not asking you to do any more work. Just, I would like to see it. And then, because, I mean, to be honest, this is probably heresy. I think all the education stuff is, I know it's required, it's not useful. Most of what I see, I still have no idea what to put in my gray can. I have no idea. So I don't put a whole bunch of stock in, let's do more education, because I don't think that changes people's behavior, just to be perfectly honest about it. So I'm going to look at that and go, that's great, we're supposed to, but it's not helpful to me. So I'm just me.
Right,
so
and I apologize. I just wanted to be clear, because we're subjective as we're providing our recommendation right now. So to go back and to dig up things out of the RFP to provide a comparison, or to provide the RFPs, is that if staff was to relook at this, we would still be subjective in providing our opinion, other than if we just provide it straight out.
I would just like to see the report, and Andy, I'd be happy to see it on a laptop. I do not need copies of it. I can only imagine the size of these gems.
I would just ask our city attorney if he has any comments on releasing the RFPs. I know this is different from our typical process. Just want to make sure that we're legally in a solid spot. If that's
it would be absolutely different than what we've done typically, is providing every single proposal that the city received in response to an RFP. I guess if the desire from the council is to have it heard next week, or perhaps in 2 weeks, I'm not sure what the agendas look like in the next 2 weeks, but I would suggest it'd be one of those 2 meetings. If all it is just getting copies of the other 2 proposals, I mean, I would suggest we put them out they'd be public documents at that point. We already have one that's been released to the public. We release the other 2 publicly. So they would be public documents available. They'd be in an agenda packet for you. They could be provided to you in addition to the agenda packet, or before the agenda packet gets released. But once we do that, it's a public record that's available to anybody.
Is that pretty clear to staff with regards to?
My understanding is we will provide the other proposals.
And Bon, I'd like them before the agenda packet. We don't know. We want to be able to read them through, and 2 to 3 days isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I'll be very open to Republic and to Caglia. Unless you can actually parse out what the staff has done that is erroneous, seeing the others does not give me any more than going, oh yeah, they were wrong on, exceptions or because I need that. That's what I would need, even if it comes out, because their recommendation will be the recommendation other than we get the more information. So I ask that of, if there was something like that where the process was where, hey, let them interject with you and give you filling in on some of these things, like an appeals thing, okay, I would like that, but just to give us more information, I'm open to it, because I don't know how we will digest it and go, oh, I don't agree. You gave 85 instead of 69. I would have given them 80. I don't know how we change all that.
And I'd have to look to Scott Cross if we go back to the negotiation table. And then, so staff at this point, I think you're right, has made, we've reviewed the whole set of documents. We've gone through them in detail. We've provided our recommendation, just a recommendation. And to go further would be to solicit additional information. Then we'd have to, I think, go back to the table with each and give everybody an opportunity, and then you're really running a new solicitation.
Yeah, the majority just wanting to see the other documents.
Just to clarify or put a pin in this, the direction I'm hearing from council at this point is to bring back the same exact staff report, but with attached to it the 3 proposals from the 3 vendors that proposed.
That's what I'm hearing. I think we're putting the cart ahead of the horse if we're talking about future negotiations. That may come in 2 weeks or whatever. Yeah. But all they're asking for, it's pretty clear. And this, I mean, there'll be a motion or at least clear direction, but all I'm understanding that you're asking for is to see the other 2 proposals. That's it.
We get a motion to that effect?
Second.
Is it a continuation then?
It's a continuance, but with that caveat.
With that direction?
Yeah, I think a continuation to a date certain.
Yeah. In looking at our agenda, I believe that staff report could be developed pretty rapidly and be available next
tomorrow?
Monday. Well, it could be published on Friday.
Same report, electronically, 5 minutes. That's it.
We can move some things around. Looking at the agenda for next week, it is impacting the measure-wide discussion, which may require us to do some special meetings or something as we're talking about the departments and their fiscal needs. So just as council's aware, we're trying to balance agenda as well.
That's fine.
So can we get a motion to that effect to continue to next week?
So moved.
Motion, we have a second? Second. Yeah, motion and second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here this evening. We're going to move now. Can we go ahead and take item 9 and 10 together, Scott, and just have a continuous?
Yeah,
do we need to do
you can do that if you want to make a motion to continue both items.
I'll make a motion to continue those. To a date certain?
You don't need a date certain. I mean, it's just staff direction. We haven't issued any public noticing that would have to be renoticed, so.
I'll continue 9 and 10 then.
Okay. Second. Okay, and before we do, anyone here in the public here to speak on 9 and 10? Seeing none, we'll close that. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of continuing 9 and 10, signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And now we are with city manager comments. Andy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to highlight our economic development team is launching a program to help out restaurants. This time of year is their slowest time. So there's an Eat Local program that's rewarding people for eating local with a gift card. So feel free to let your friends and family know. There's more information on our website. We also did a soft opening on a dog park this last week at Letterman Park. I wanted to welcome Paul Armendariz to the dais. I'm very grateful to have him here.
You missed that public utility. That was the loudest clapper with Scott.
He chose a great night to start on the dais, but truly, working with him just in the last few days directly has been a huge blessing. Also on the dais tonight is the council items list that I committed to provide you on a monthly basis with some updates. We're continuing to evolve that document to make it as effective as possible for communication between what's been expected of staff to bring back to you. So if you see anything that is missing on there or is not accurate, please let me know and we will adjust. And with that, I think Mackenzie left. So we'll announce a promotion when we have the staff person in the room, maybe next meeting. But we had a promotion of a deputy city planner this last week.
Oh.
So, but she's here. Mackenzie Perez was promoted to deputy city planner recently.
Talk about it when she comes. We'll talk about it next time.
That's it? Okay. Okay, we'll start, city council comments. Matt? Okay. Drew? Lynn?
I'm going to raise this, but I don't want to talk about it because it's 9:30. But before I forget, so I think I'd like to suggest that at some point we revisit our council protocol. We have an agreement that anything that requires staff time needs 3 people to, as a council, right? And that's how it goes along. But what happened tonight, and It's through social media. We spent 45 minutes, staff spent a fair amount of time getting ready for that conversation, and we didn't have any consensus that we wanted to have that conversation. And respectfully, the press conference that you did around the homeless also caused some amount of staff time. So I just think we're upside down in, we either bring things here and say, hey, are you guys up for this or not, or we don't, but we're upside down. So I observe it as an irony that we get roped into some of these things, and staff in particular probably have a dozen hours in those two issues that nobody really planned for. So I offer that as we think about our protocol going forward. To me, it's, we either have consensus on things that are policy related or we don't, but this kind of have to have three to talk about sidewalks on Ashland, but we can do anything we want in the public space that rolls over into us, I just think is worth thinking about. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, it's just an observation, and I'd love to think about it a little bit more as we sort of sort this out as we go ahead. Just a comment. Thank you for allowing me to make it.
And can I just ask a question then? If there is a email request, telephone request for us to give to staff, should we bring it back here first? Because staff's going to look into it. And so that's what I want to know, because if that's the case, then that means everything that comes to us now, it's going to require your time.
We made the rule, so we can make the rule however we want. But I don't think that was the intent of the rule. But we set that rule up here. I think John was trying to avoid things going to staff all the time. So I think, but I just need some thought. So no, I never thought it was a good idea in the first place. But I think tonight was the flip of that. We spent a lot of staff time on things that had never come here. Both were serious policy discussions. And I want to be clear on how we manage that going forward. So that I don't have an answer, and I'm really not trying to cause an argument. The irony is not lost on me that we're upside down. So that was my point. But no, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'll kind of address that specifically because the policy, as I understood it, is a individual council member cannot make a request of staff for anything that would take more than 3 hours of staff time, which is part of why I didn't go to any staff, because I didn't want to kind of go against that policy or step into a realm where they would be doing anything like that. So I think there is some clarification that could be used on that. Also, I think it would be worthwhile to mention that just procedurally or policy-wise, part of the reason things like this that get the community to respond and gets interest from the community where they want to show up and address their elected representatives is because that's the only way they have to do it on an issue like this. If there's something out there that is in the public and is of interest to them, if I could have said, hey, you know what, to all of you who have come to me with this issue, the best way to have a complete conversation and discussion is I'm going to put it on this agenda coming up, and when you guys come, you'll be speaking to that agenda item. Everything happens together. So all of that kind of happens, but since we don't allow individual council members to do that, the only way it can happen is the community comes at the front end and brings their perspective to us, and now here we are at the end of the meeting 3 hours later, where I'm now going to bring up what the community brought to me and wanted to see us address. So I agree that there's some funkiness there, and I would be open to revisiting that, but that does bring me to the point where I want to ask for consensus of my colleagues to bring up an item on one of the next few agendas. It's a simple ask for conversation on a topic that was brought to me for consideration by multiple community members. And as I sought to find out what was the wider sentiment in Clovis, I found vast support. Even tonight, we had many members of our community come to ask their elected representatives to look at the possibility of declaring Clovis a non-sanctuary city. I cannot ask for consensus on that specific question tonight, as we just addressed, but I am asking that this body be willing to engage in a public agendized discussion on the question. That conversation would give each of us time to research the issue and our city attorney time to review Huntington Beach's recently passed resolution that includes relevant case law and complete citation and documentation. I know there has been talk of working with our state legislature to reform SB 54, which is our sanctuary state law called the California Values Act. And while I'm completely supportive of that effort, I also recognize that we have to deal in the real world. And the real world is that we have a Democrat supermajority in Sacramento, and that supermajority isn't going to willingly make any changes to the sanctuary law. In fact, just yesterday, they passed legislation to use $25 million of our tax dollars, as State Senator Brian Jones explained, quote, to protect illegal immigrants from deportation, even if they are violent felons, end quote. Republicans actually offered an amendment to that bill to guarantee that money would not be used to protect criminals, but the Democrats rejected that amendment. So even if we could get them to deport illegal aliens convicted of felonies, that really doesn't go near far enough anyway, because what about the ones convicted of assault and battery, DUI, domestic violence, or violating a restraining order? None of these are automatic felonies under California law, but all are serious offenses. We can play games with Sacramento legislation, send strongly worded letters, but that doesn't offer the protection that is available through cooperation with federal authorities right now. This state does not handcuff criminals. It handcuffs law enforcement. And unless this council stands up for our community and our law enforcement officers and removes those handcuffs by acknowledging the supreme authority of federal law, I think we are derelict in our duty. Our citizens deserve this council to continue its stand strong for public safety. We partner with state agencies to identify those who sell alcohol and tobacco to minors. We partner with other federal agencies to combat drug trafficking and human trafficking. We must also make it known that Clovis will partner with federal immigration authorities in their efforts to remove criminals from our midst and direct our police department to make it their policy to grant any and all detainer requests from federal immigration authorities and come into complete compliance with federal immigration law. Currently, the Clovis Police Department Policy Manual outlines submission to SB 54 and specifically states, quote, no individual should be held based solely on a federal immigration detainer, end quote. It is obviously and absolutely incumbent upon us as the elected City Council of Clovis to direct policy, and it is 100% in our lane to direct an immediate change in our city's immigration enforcement policy. What politicians often do is hand off an issue or a problem to someone else and hope that they never have to deal with it again. On the other hand, leaders lead, and we shouldn't wait until Clovis has its own Lakin Riley, Jocelyn Nungare, or as we heard about Kate Steinle earlier tonight, to do the right thing. The hardworking, law-abiding citizens of Clovis and the state as a whole are watching what we do. Huntington Beach had the guts to do what was right, and we have the chance to give our second to their motion. Once we join the courage train, it will hopefully give other cities the nerve to do the same. Governor Newsom has a lot on his plate right now, and I'm not sure he really wants to attack city after city after city. And if he does, what do we think the federal government will have to say about that? The Department of Homeland Security has already put out a warning to local and state officials who break federal immigration law. Huntington Beach is asking for other law and order cities to join them. We will be so much stronger together. And I, for one, am not going to ask Governor Newsom or Attorney General Rob Bonta for permission to protect our citizens. President Trump ran first and foremost on a platform of deportations and closing the southern border. The residents of Clovis voted for that platform by more than 20 points. Clovis voted for Trump at a higher rate than the red state voters of South Carolina, Texas, Missouri, Montana, and others. Clovis citizens expect us to work with the new administration. Don't let the water be muddied on this topic. If people listening remember nothing else that is said here tonight, remember this. Clovis is currently a sanctuary city by default because of California law, but it would only take 3 people on this council to change that. Actually, only 2 more. And all I'm asking for tonight is a willingness to have a full conversation about it. And I think Clovis residents deserve that conversation. So I'm hoping to have consensus of my colleagues.
Diane and I both discussed this. I agree with the concept that I think that the one-party government we have in California has this wrong-minded. I did read the California Values Act. Frankly, it's a little confusing. And the applications are there for removal of violent felonies. There's a whole bunch of them in there. But an application, it sounds like most cities and jurisdictions aren't following through. My concern is by stepping forward and declaring ourselves a non-sanctuary city, to me, that's step 3 of a process where we work with our local legislators. We find like-minded people, groups, cities. We have conversations with them, and they contact their people. And we try to get we make the effort to work within the system, and I realize that the deck is stacked. I get that. But if we declare ourselves a non-sanctuary city, I'm fairly certain that the legal ramifications on that are going to be that this Attorney General would not hesitate to take action against our city and against individual law enforcement officers who violated what they believe is a violation of the California Values Act. We also need to work with our federal officials, because quite frankly, they've caused this mess. I've been the chief of police in 2 small towns that are primarily Latino. There are lots of folks out there that are hardworking people. I hired a dreamer in Parlier as an animal control officer. And he, I looked at his application, and nice kid, very articulate, going to college, and I'm about to give him the job, and he said to me, I have to tell you something. I'm not an American citizen. I was brought across the border at 1, and I haven't been able to get this done. Now, if he hadn't told me that, and even if he had, quite frankly, but if I had a daughter and he showed up at my door and said, hi, I'm Jose, I'd like to meet you, I want to date your daughter, I would have invited him in, have a seat at my dinner table. Nice kid, just a wonderful kid. The fact that our government, Democrats and Republicans, have not addressed those issues is abhorrent to me. So to me, there's a 2-pronged approach: the state, the federal, and then I'd be willing to work with Diane to try to reach out to like-minded people and see if we can do this within the system. And hopefully at some point in the future, because if I'm reading the Values Act correctly, if you meet a certain criteria, you can notify and have ICE come and deport these people, unless there's a local ordinance that says we're a sanctuary state or sanctuary city. At that point, that's where we say we're not. But I don't want, you always have people saying, I'm afraid my grandmother is 80. She came across, she's been here for years. I'm afraid she's going to get deported. We need to be very clear that when the net that we want to cast are for people who are causing problems in our community, not the wonderful people that are members of our family sometimes. I have a friend of mine, and everybody in this room knows him. His wife was brought to the United States, and His mom had birth, her mother bore her in Texas. She's an American citizen. She is I forget what the term for that is. But we need to address those things. And I think it's premature, but I am willing to work with you on that. And then hopefully maybe come back during the next legislative session and we get, because I've already had a conversation with one of our legislators, and hopefully we can come up with something. I just think that's premature, but I'm certainly willing to listen to my colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just, this is not an item on the agenda, so I would just caution council, make the comments brief if we can. Okay. I mean, the discussion tonight is whether or not to add it to the agenda. So a brief response as to why you may or may not want to add it to the agenda is appropriate, but.
Thank you.
I'm a no, and the reason is because you're going to be asking Clovis police officers to violate the law. We've all taken an oath that we are to uphold the laws of the state of California and the Constitution, and where it's easy to say that we're going to change it and we're going to tell our folks to just follow federal law. We don't enforce federal laws. It's state laws. There are a lot of state laws out there that we do not agree with, but it is the laws that the state of California provides to us. And so, you know, the other part of this is, you know, you did 3 radio shows talking about how we needed to change this and become a non-sanctuary city when we're not a sanctuary city. But it puts everybody on their heels to now to come back and try and figure out, okay, what does all this stuff mean and why are we doing this way? So where you're saying you had a lot of people contact you about how they want to pursue this, I had a lot of people call me and say, what are you guys doing? Why would you do something like this? Why would you be exclusive or excluding of people by calling yourself a non-sanctuary city? So, yes, there's a lot of conversation that could take place, but ultimately it comes down to the fact that we would be asking Clovis police officers to violate state law. And, you know, like I said, we may not agree with them, but there's a lot of things in that policy that also say they can take action regarding things. And there's a lot of things that's been going on since 2017 on how arrests are made and how things are communicated. So, so for me, I don't think it's a discussion we should bring forward.
Well, I don't think we have consensus here, and so with that.
Can I address one specific thing on the point of asking our Clovis police officers to violate state law? That would be in support of the supreme federal law that supersedes that state law. And with a new administration in Washington, they've made it clear that they intend to enforce that federal law. So I don't want to put our local officials in jeopardy of that.
It's federal law. We're not interfering with the feds.
If we aren't, and based on our police department policy.
We're following the laws of California.
Correct, even when they violate federal law.
And we have not declared ourselves a sanctuary city.
Okay, well,
which is completely different.
We're just looking to see if we can put this on the agenda, so I think we'll continue to have this debate if we want to, but since it's not an agendized item. Okay, I have a couple things to report. I went to COG, and COG was very clear with regards to Measure C that they want staff on the Measure C committee, and that all the mayors agreed that they would not appoint any elected from their bodies onto this committee. So unless things change, that's what we voted on and agreed on. It was also clarified that the backstop or the ones to manage the committee is FCTA staff and COG staff. So Robert Phipps and Terry Ogle. So they will be sort of the managers of it. And whenever the Measure C comes forward, then it'll come before COG. I want to report that out. I also wanted to say, with the Safe Routes to School, Fresno and Clovis has made an agreement to withhold those funds and to allow it to the rural communities to take or apply for the $6 million. and then 2 million was moved back into new technology funds, and then so we and Fresno now can apply for new technology. So there's 2 million there. So to the staff, if there's something that we have, we can apply.
Get that sidewalk done on Ashland. Please.
And then the last thing was there is an immigration forum on Wednesday, February 12th, and I think Procedural Legend. So I don't know where that city's at, but it's the 12th. So they didn't send a notice out. I just wrote it real quick. I know. I don't know the mayor. So, but I forgot the city. But if I find out, I'll send it to you, Andy, and then you can send it to the rest of the council. I wanted to thank Rebecca. I went to the Marimani Careers and College Fair for elementary kids. So PD was there, fire was there, and then council was there. Well, they wanted one of us to represent, so we were there, and Rebecca brought a lot of swag for the kids, and they really enjoyed it. I got a chance to visit again with Culinary Center and just to see what the needs are and visit some of the users of the Culinary Center. So I want to thank Chad for setting that up, just to hear some of the stories and to try to hopefully document those. And then I think most of us were at the Salute to Business, and congratulations to all the winners. Excellent job. I think the best compliment I heard was they're happy that is the first event of the year and that it is so positive that it sets sort of the right momentum for the entire community, at least those who attend.
And it was the first sort of non-city event in the senior center, I think.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. I think people really liked that kind of felt snugglier, like a little cozier. I think that was good.
Yeah. And we also went to what was that on Saturday, Matt? The Trailblazers? Trailblazers. So yeah, congratulations to those winners as well. It was the Black Historic Museum.
The African American Museum.
Yeah, the African American Museum. And so I think Dr. Armstrong was one of the recipients. And so.
What hasn't she won since she moved here? Like there's not a single thing left.
And so we filled up the whole table, and so it was very nice. And that's all I have. And we are adjourned at 9.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I think where Drew's going on that issue is right. And we've talked many years about, is Cal City still the right organization for us? I think those are solutions that I think are appropriate for right now. So I hear your passion. I know you're frustrated. You're going to be on the radio saying my colleagues are idiots and they didn't do what I wanted, or some paraphrase to that effect. That's what's hard, Diane. I don't know if you understand that, but tossing us under the bus doesn't engender any, let's all try to do this together, because that's how it felt on your radio show. That's how it felt. Well, I don't know what the rest of them haven't weighed in. I don't have a Facebook page. I'm never going to weigh in. So just to be blunt, that's where it gets a little dicey, but I think Drew is on the right track, constructively getting there. And I think, Matt, we're in Clovis, as I think someone I love in Clovis PD said, you can order us to do anything you want, but we're not going to do it because it's against state law. It's not any more complicated. So I don't think we have a full understanding of what's possible. So I didn't say anything. I just shook my head like I got nothing, and I really don't have anything. But I'm a much bigger proponent of being better advocates, hiring a lobbyist. I don't know what it is, finding a new caucus, making a new caucus in the league, something more constructive than what I think we heard tonight, which was just full of fear, and I was afraid, invaders, and all kinds of words that are just not helpful. So I just want to say that before you adjourn. Now you can adjourn. Quick, go.
We adjourned at 9:57. Thank you.